Kain, kain, kain. Hmm?
Hello. Hello. Check. Hello. Check. Hello. Mic check. I'm audible.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Mic check.
Hello. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. You're audible.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Hello. Hello, check. Hello, check.
Check in your mode.
That is, yes. Okay. Problem is hello. Say Trupti.
First, can I just tip this a little and then talk to them? That's first. Just make sure that we are recording. Recording on. One of you will be here, right? A very good morning to all the teachers here, online and offline. So welcome to everyone, and how's it going? Great. Oh, very nice to hear great. What about the others? How's it going? I think with LSF, it's going great. What about the other schools? LSF, apart from LSF Auxilium, the JBCNs are new to us, so very, very welcome. And Xavier's is new to us. Xavier's did it. Where are the Xavier's teachers? Yes, yes. Hello, welcome all of you to the your first offline session, but actually the second GCED. Teachers, have you encountered any kind of major problems with technopoesis? No? I'm available to you all day today. Donna is here. So if you have any questions, please feel absolutely free to ask. The whole purpose of GCED is that we work together and we work collaboratively to actualize the concept of global citizenship education. So last time what we did was we did experiential learning and we did technopoesis. We put them together to create technopoetic learning plans, which we call TLP in brief. We had an online session, pardon me. We had an online session after our meeting here on 10th of August, which I think many of you have attended. The purpose of these online sessions is to clarify your doubts and worries. So please make it a point. The whole schedule is given in your handout, which was given to you on the very first day we met. So the purpose of the online sessions is to do some hand-holding and to ensure that we just don't come, listen to it, and go back to our earlier ways of teaching. Nothing wrong about that. But since we are working on global citizenship education, let us see how we can incorporate that into our regular teaching. The two new teachers from JBCN, you will not be familiar with technopoesis. I'll do a special session with you. I'll come to school and I'll do a special session with you. Okay? So having said that, let's start. Nehali, am I visible to the online participants now? The PPT is visible. Okay, brilliant. But I still have to stand here. Yeah? Okay, okay. So now today, we are going to start what is now called thinking-based learning. Thinking-based learning has many, many components to it, out of which we are only going to touch upon 2 today so that we don't make you feel at all overwhelmed. The minute I say thinking, teachers, what does it mean to you? Online teachers can also jump in and answer. Unmute yourself and answer. What is thinking? Yes, teacher. Okay. Spell it out. I can't see anything here. Nehali will have to admit that person. Right? Yeah. Sorry. Yes. No, what does it mean to think when we tell people, oh, stop this and for a moment just think. What do we mean by think? What about your thoughts? What about your thoughts? Any kind of thought is not thinking, critical thinking. It's critical thinking, creative thinking, and we are going to talk about that in this particular session. Thinking is, again, now that is very tautological. Thinking is a thought process. Interesting. You know, it's difficult to really define thinking. And yet NEP tells us that you must inculcate critical and creative thinking in your students. How do you do that? It sounds good on paper. It looks good on paper. How do you do that? So now this particular session and the session in February, part of it will be devoted to thinking-based learning. All of you are now more or less comfortable with technopoiesis. There are certain schools which have worked with us for years, and there are certain schools which are new. So we understand that the new teachers need a certain amount of guidance, and we are very, very happy to provide it, as I said earlier. But today I'm going to assume that we know technopoiesis, and we are going to plug into technopoiesis thinking-based learning. Before I start, there is something I want to clarify. Last time, we had 2 JBCN teachers who did experiential learning. But I don't think experiential learning is correctly understood by both online and offline participants. Experiential learning is not just a project. It's not PBL. It's not project-based learning. It is when teachers of a certain class, standard 6 or standard 7 or whatever, they come together and they say, in math, I want to teach this idea. In science, I want to teach this. In literature, I want to teach this. So the different teachers come together and they create one concept. Through that concept, which is hands-on, all the learning objectives and all the learning outcomes that the different teachers desire are fulfilled. There is a great risk of mixing experiential learning with project-based learning. Project is extrinsic. When you do experiential learning involves that you bring together project with academics. Your school subjects have to be taught through a certain project that you create. It's a marriage of academics with learning, social learning. Is that clear? Is that clear? All right, so it's not the same. Now, today, we are going to talk about thinking-based learning, as I said. One of the best definitions of why we need to study in order to be able to think has been given to us by the 17th century philosopher, Sir Francis Bacon, who created the inductive method of reasoning. if you remember your college logic. So according to Bacon, read not to contradict and confute, nor to believe and take for granted, nor to find talk and discourse, but to weigh and consider. Look at this carefully again. Read not to contradict and confute. Just because I've read a lot, I'm going to contradict things that an ordinary person says. Such a person is not genuinely a learned person. Nor to believe and take for granted. Now, this has become the most dangerous thing in our age of social media. Today, we are bombarded with information and we tend to believe a lot of things which are not authentic. When you are really well read and you've gone deep into learning, then you will be able to challenge those kind of ideas. You know how dangerous some of these things can be, particularly for our little children. How many teachers here have heard about the blue whale game? All of us? Yes? And about similar games which challenge children into doing something absurd. One of the books that I would very, very strongly recommend that you read is a book called I, Parent. This is a book that was recently given to me, and I think it's absolutely mandatory for all teachers and all parents to read it. One of the incidents in this book is that one of the so-called influencers challenged young people and told them that they would get that many Insta likes if they could actually photograph themselves licking toilet seats at airports. And you can imagine, thousands of children did that. Several of them were ill. They tend to believe what they read on social media. So we have to make them into critical and creative thinkers so that they don't believe and take for granted. It's just the whim of the influencer. When that influencer was interviewed and asked that, why did you ask them to do such a stupid thing? She said, guess what? She said, because the COVID virus was getting more attention than I was. So obviously there was something pathological about her, and that pathology she passed on through her messages on social media. We have to train our children to be critical thinkers. So not to believe and take everything they read for granted. Nor to find talk and discourse and just show off. I know so much about this, I know so much about that. But to weigh and consider. In order to be able to weigh and consider what is required. What is required for the last line in Bacon's quote? When can you weigh and consider? When you have information and when you know how to think in steps to arrive at a conclusion. Isn't it? Now let's look at the next quote here. It's slightly longish, from my favorite Indian educationist, Jiddu Krishnamurti. Education is becoming more and more a means of teaching what to think rather than how to think. What to think. You have how does thinking proceed? That is what we are going to do today, and part of it next time when I will do with you design thinking. Today we have a special guest, a teacher from Fazlani School, who is going to talk to you about visible thinking routines. It's too vast education is to create a human being who is intelligent, to attempt to solve problems of existence merely at their respective levels, separated into different departments: history, geography, maths, science, according to Krishnamurti, indicates an utter lack of intelligence. Can you, as a human being, say, I am this? I am a teacher. Aren't you something more than a teacher? Aren't you a daughter, wife, all those relationships? Aren't you somebody who may like music or embroidery or crochet or dancing? You're much more than that, right? So, if we define intelligence in very, very narrow ways, by creating school subjects in separate silos, we are not achieving much. It's a lack of intelligence, according to Krishnamurti. One of the earliest advocates of thinking-based learning was the Greek philosopher Socrates. And you will know that every time Socrates was asked a question, he would ask another question. But we teachers have this horrible thing called the syllabus to cover, because of which 90% of the time we jump in and we provide answers instead of questions. One of the most beautiful things about the Montessori system and the Rudolf Steiner system is that the teacher does not provide answers. If a child asks, what is this? The teacher will not say chair, end of story. The teacher would say, let's explore this together. What does it feel like? So sensorial ways, what does it feel like? Does it have a smell? Does it have a color? Does it have a taste? So through the senses, you encourage the child to explore. And then at the end, you will say, yes, and this thing is called a chair. But most of us jump into it and we say chair. All right, that's the end of the child's curiosity. So Socrates was one of the leading exponents of thinking-based learning. By learning to think convergently and divergently. Now, these terms will become clear in a minute. Just bear with me. And laterally, learners learn to trust themselves and form their own opinions despite external influences. Some of us get very upset, very disturbed when children challenge our opinion. When children challenge our opinion, it means they are thinking. Is your emphasis on teaching, or is your emphasis on learning? Get that very clear. If your emphasis is on teaching, then you want them to replicate your thinking. You want them to be photocopies. If your emphasis is on learning, then you are interested to see what is their thinking. All right? So now let's dive into this and go a little further. There are three types of thinking. Divergent thinking. Diverge, the word itself indicates divergent thinking, which uses imagination. Now, in the corporate world, they take this very seriously. when an idea has to be generated, when a solution to a problem has to be created, people are given post-it slips and said, generate as many ideas as you can. Some of them may be absurd, that's okay. At this stage, you generate ideas. So if you see what is written within the head, it's just ideas, 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 ideas. This is called horizontal thinking. Convergent thinking uses logic. Now, out of these 40 ideas which have come up, let's shortlist the 5 most important ideas which can be used in practical ways to solve the problem. So, convergent thinking uses logic, also called critical, vertical, analytical, or linear thinking. But there is something else which was pioneered. This term came from the Canadian psychologist Edward de Bono, called lateral thinking. And lateral thinking combines the two. Lateral thinking uses both the active generation of ideas, logic to process the ideas in order to create a solution which is an out-of-the-box solution. Is this making sense, teachers? Online teachers? Online teachers, you can give me a thumbs up. You can give me anything to indicate that it's going well. If there's a question, stop me. All right, great. So what is critical thinking? Critical thinking is self-directed, self-disciplined, self-monitored, self-corrective thinking. What happens to most of us is that we become very attached to our thinking. I can't see anything here. You'll have to tell me. There's a question from an online participant. Could you please give that question to me? Online participant, could you type out your question or speak it out? We'll wait. Okay, you can come in later. The most important is self-corrective. We get attached to our thoughts. We say, my thought. And then if you challenge my thought, it hurts my ego because I have claimed that thought. Instead of that, can we say a thought came to me instead of my thought? When we think like that, we don't own the thought and we are ready to correct. If somebody corrects us, we are ready to accept that, or we are ready to change our own thinking. So that is critical thinking. Self-directed, self-disciplined, self-monitored, and self-corrective. Now, when we are training our children, if we force things down on them, they will never know how to direct their own learning. But when we encourage critical thinking and teach them how to go about it, keeping these 4 aspects in mind, you are helping them become critical thinkers. It presupposes assent to rigorous standards of excellence and mindful command of their use. So this is the most valuable thing that you can do for your children today. Children will be children. Tweens will be tweens. Teenagers will be teenagers. But if you can teach them to think critically in this manner, you have achieved a lot as an educator. It entails effective communication and problem-solving abilities, as well as commitment to overcome our native egocentrism. Oh, my thought, or sociocentrism. This is what society says. This is what the influencers say. All right. So is this clear? Clear? Now this is something we've all done at B.Ed. Don't we know Mr. Bloom's well enough? So Bloom's taxonomy. Bloom's taxonomy for the 3 different levels of cognition. He divided it into these sections, moving from the lower to what you call, teacher, the higher order skills. We are all familiar with it. Much after his death, there was the revised Bloom's taxonomy, which put creativity at the top. All right? But today, the entire taxonomy is being challenged by educators for 2 reasons. The idea that thinking is sequential and hierarchical is problematic. Also, what is called a lower level skill is actually a very complex skill. It could be that, for instance, understanding. Understanding happens at a very high level. So it's not a lower level skill. But that was a first attempt made. With that, we move to creative thinking. Creative thinking, according to Edward de Bono, is a definite marker of intelligence. The initial stage of lateral thinking is what has come to be known as divergent thinking, where we generate all those ideas, remember? And later, by eliminating and merging the ideas, a creative solution is arrived at. So where something is creative when it has value. Otherwise, it's useless. You could be just messing around with some kind of rubbish, and because it's new, it's not necessarily creative. Creative is when it has value. Vertical thinking versus lateral thinking. These are some of the differences. In vertical thinking, one moves forward by sequential steps, okay? In lateral thinking, you have to be wrong at some stage in order to have a correct solution. So there is that flexibility in lateral thinking. Second, one selects only what is relevant. But in lateral thinking, one deliberately goes out to look for irrelevant information. Next, vertical thinking is selective. Lateral thinking is generative. Vertical thinking is serious and stressful. Lateral thinking is closely associated with insight, creativity, fun, and humor. Vertical thinking helps maintain patterns, and lateral thinking involves restructuring, escape, and a provocation of new patterns. Not the pattern you showed me, but new patterns as well. However, though lateral thinking is important when it comes to generating ideas, when implementing them, we need parallel thinking. And Edward de Bono has given us 6 thinking hats for it. Suppose we've come up with a solution, all right? Through our divergent and convergent thinking, we've come up with a solution. Now we have to implement that solution. When it comes to implementing, metaphorically or physically, you are supposed to don different hats. So when you wear the black hat, you're very process-oriented. And you say, oh, this solution seems okay, but how will we go about it? What are the steps? When it comes to white hat, are these facts absolutely reliable, or are these facts which can be challenged? The red hat, feelings. People who will work on this, how will they feel about it? Will they feel good? Will they feel that their problem has been solved? Whatever. Green hat, creativity. yellow hat, what are the benefits of this solution? And the black hat, what are the cautions of this solution? So in corporate training, you have this is very, very popular, where people actually wear those hats and they say, okay, we've come to a solution, great. Now I'm the green hat, I'm the black hat. Then you look at the problem in a very, very panoramic way. From different angles, you view the problem. And then you say, yes, the solution we've arrived at is okay, or it needs to be tweaked, it needs to be changed. Is this clear? Yes? The yellow hat is what are the good points of it, the benefits of using this solution. And the black hat is the cautions. So the simplest way we can start out is by using multiple intelligences. How many of us here know multiple intelligences? 3, 4. Okay, 4. Multiple intelligences, along with visible thinking routines, which Mahira will be doing next. Donna, I think you need to phone Mahira and tell her where to come, 5th floor. And design thinking, which we'll do next time. Now, we've done a lot of serious work. So I'm now going to tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a not too intelligent guy whose name was Forrest Gump. And Forrest Gump died and he went to heaven. At the pearly gates of heaven was, who was standing there? St. Peter, right? So St. Peter said, hey, Forrest, you can't go into heaven. He said, why not? I've been good all my life. He said, no, but you have to answer a test. And Forrest said, oh God, life has been a big test. And now you're going to give me another test. So he said, yes, you have to. Sorry, boss, that's the rule. So there were 3 questions given to him. And these were the 3 questions. Which of the days of the week begin with the letter T? Which of the days, teachers? Tuesday, Thursday. Excellent. So you know, you'll enter heaven. How many seconds are there in a year? Uh-oh. Somebody who's poor at math like me has trouble with this. I can't give the answer to that. What is God's first name? No? Well, Forrest went back the next day and he said, hey, St. Peter, I have answers to all 3. I said, really? Tell me, which of the days of the week begin with the letter T? Today and tomorrow. So St. Peter looked a little ruffled and said, well, I don't have it on my answer sheet, but maybe okay. How many seconds are there in a year? I'm sure you can't get that. And he said, no, I got that as well. I got it. The answer is 12. How did you get 12? 2nd of January, 2nd of February, 2nd of March. And what's God's first name? That was the easiest of all. His name is Andy. And he said, how did you get Andy? He said, when I was little, I was taught a hymn. Andy walks with me, Andy talks with me, and he tells me I am his own. So easy. St. Peter said, go into heaven, Forrest. Why did I tell you this story? Yes? Yes? Exactly. Not the cookie cutter approach. This question must have this answer. That's the cookie cutter approach. But this kind of questioning, these kind of answers are indicative of lateral thinking. He was not wrong in any of them. He had his reasons. So, this is the same with our children. The children we teach come to us with diverse, multiple intelligences. Howard Gardner. Now, if you've known multiple intelligences, you've known Howard Gardner. But let me tell you that Howard Gardner was not the first one to talk about it. He was excellent at packaging it well. It's like your Janet Rowling, who did excellent packaging when it came to the Harry Potter series. There are many children's story writers who are far better than her. Packaging. So anyway, whatever it be, he's given the world what is called multiple intelligence theory. And according to him, we have 9 intelligences. All of us have 9 intelligences, but in each of us, 3 are dominant. Others can be nurtured, but 3 are absolutely dominant. Now, when you are teaching in a class, the configurations of your students will be different. So how are you going to approach them? How are you going to teach them? There will be some students who will be very strongly verbal linguistic. These children have very well developed verbal skills, sensitivity to sounds and meanings and rhythm, but verbal linguistic does not mean bilingualism. Not that the child knows many languages. It's just the ability to pick up language. The important skills are listening, speaking, writing, and teaching. And I think by virtue of being teachers, most of us or all of us are verbal linguistic. Now, this is an intelligence which has somehow been extolled. It's been regarded as the most important, logical, mathematical. According to Gardner, it's just one of the 9. But you see, our entire educational system valorizes this, logical, mathematical, and verbal linguistic. So what happens to children who have other intelligences? Today, the question is not, is a person A intelligent? The question is, in what way is this child intelligent? Unless a child is physiologically brain damaged, the child is intelligent in at least 3 ways. If we find that children are inattentive or they are troubling us in class, it's very likely that we are not addressing their configuration of intelligences, which does not mean that we teach the same poem or the same lesson in 9 different ways. We would never finish our syllabus. The practical aspect of it, I have requested Donna to do, and she will do after Mahira leaves. You don't have to teach it in 9 different ways, but you have to know that some children have one intelligent or one of these 3 of these intelligences very dominant. Logical mathematical is the ability to think conceptually and abstractly, and the capacity to discern logical or numerical patterns. The pattern, looking for patterns, comes from the left brain. Very interestingly now, I have a little grandchild, 3 years old, now nearly 4, who's constantly talking about patterns. At the same time, she enjoys colors, she enjoys metaphors. So at this stage, all children are ambidextrous and ambi-intelligent. They are whole-brained. Later on, they choose. So the skills are problem solving, performing experiments, etc. The third intelligence is musical. Now, this is an intelligence that most of us have. Anyone here who doesn't enjoy any kind of music? Not likely, right? Some kind of music we all enjoy. Musical intelligence is both left and right brained. It's the ability to produce and appreciate rhythm, pitch, and timbre. It is not engaged by merely playing background music. I'm very musical, so I'm just playing background music, actively playing something, even if it means a percussion instrument. Singing, playing instruments, composing music. You know that there are some people who can always sing correctly. And there are some people who have sung that song 20 times and are still singing off key. Now, the next, visual spatial. We are told by psychologists today that 85% of our children are visual spatial. The capacity to think in images and pictures, to visualize accurately and abstractly. Therefore, we teachers need to use our PowerPoints with discretion. Our PowerPoints shouldn't have too much of text. If it has too much of text, it's only going to appeal to the verbal linguistics. It will not appeal to the others. So we need diagrams, we need pictures, we need colors. Today, neuroscientists are telling us that all of us love colors to such an extent that our brain is constantly looking for it. Therefore, our smartphones have color. If our smartphones are only black and white or gray in color, we would not be using it that much. Interesting. So, visual spatial is not necessarily visual. There can be blind people who are very spatial, right? They know how to feel their way around. Those who are blind need excellent spatial abilities. The skills are puzzle building, painting, constructing, fixing, designing. I think you've missed the entire first session. They're from Pali? Lonavala. Okay, welcome. Is there breakfast for them? Just see if there is. Okay. The next skill. Yeah, but you can use a recording. Huh? You can see the recording later. The next intelligence is bodily kinesthetic. The ability to control one's bodily movements and to handle objects skillfully. Some of us know we call people clumsy when they bang into furniture. They don't really know their way around. These are people with poor bodily kinesthetic intelligence. But those with good bodily kinesthetic intelligence will be dancers, gymnasts, sports persons, and even otherwise, you could be bodily kinesthetic. It's not necessarily demonstrated by physically active child, unstructured release of energy. Just a child who we call hyper is not bodily kinesthetic. The skills are dancing, sports, hands-on experiment, and acting. And of course, even surgeons and all, chefs, surgeons, they need this bodily kinesthetic skills. Now, these are two skills, two intelligences, which are called personal intelligences. Interpersonal. We teachers need to have very strong interpersonal skills in order to be able to judge. It's there. Teachers, excuse me, those who've just come in, hop out and just have breakfast and tea. You can bring it here. Just fill your plates and bring it here. So interpersonal, the capacity to detect and to respond appropriately to the moods, motivations, and desires of others. Haven't we teachers felt that on a certain day, the class seems to be very disoriented? So on that day, you're not going to introduce a very, very challenging concept. You know that you have to settle them down, you have to work differently with them. It is not a preference for working in a group, being well liked, being polite, possessing social graces, being ethical or humane. The skills are seeing from others' perspective. How does it feel? Now, this is a super ability that we human beings have called empathy. Daniel Goleman, in his book Emotional Intelligence, refers to empathy as a superhuman ability. And the Dalai Lama, Pope Francis, and all the great leaders are talking about the need for empathy in our world today. Counseling, cooperating. So teachers in the classroom, I'm sure when you see somebody caring, sharing, and behaving in courteous ways, I'm sure you praise them. You don't have to give them physical awards, but you have to valorize that kind of behavior. Interpersonal skills, intrapersonal, the capacity to be self-aware, turning inward, intra, the capacity to be self-aware and tune in with inner feelings, values, beliefs, thinking, and process. This is what social emotional learning is all about. SEL. We will be having a separate session on SEL sometime next year. It is not preferring to work alone and or in isolation. The skills are recognize one's strengths and weaknesses. This is what the SWOT test does for you. Reflective, aware of inner feelings. Naturalist, the ability to recognize and categorize plants, animals, and other objects in nature, not limited to the outside world. The skills are to recognize one's connection to nature and apply science theory to life. The last, of course, we know that Rabindranath Tagore understood naturalist intelligence perfectly. He understood that when we take children out into nature, they learn better. In urban schools, we may not have that privilege, but we can bring nature into the classroom as we do in the Reggio Emilia system of education. They bring a lot of nature into the classroom. Finally, existentialist intelligence, sensitivity and capacity to tackle deep questions about human existence, such as the meaning of life, why do we die, how did we get here? These are questions which are very deep. And many children are interested in these kind of questions. Reflective and deep thinking, design abstract theories. So teachers, it is not that you will be required to teach in 9 different ways the same topic. You will be combining at least 5. I have always told teachers at teacher trainings that if you combine 5 intelligences, you have most likely touched every child in the classroom. Because we learn differently, we remember differently, we study differently. Isn't it? So it's extremely important that we respect these multiple intelligences. So I'll conclude here. If there are any questions, I'm open to it. Anyone from online as well? Yes, Shalanta. I can't hear you. Oh, sure, absolutely. What is the difference between project-based learning and experiential learning? Project-based learning is outside the syllabus. It is designed to create life skills to make you a better human being, but it's outside the syllabus. When it's experiential learning, you teachers come together to create a project where academic concepts are taught through that project. I'll give you an example. In the Heritage School in Delhi, people noticed that there was a lot of pollution. So children were encouraged to come on bicycles, those at least who stayed close to the school. And then the teachers thought up a bicycle project. So the science teacher said, I want them to know the paths of the bicycle. Then the maths teacher said, if they work at this, if they ride the bicycle at this speed, how are they going, how soon will they reach their destination, wherever? So each teacher designed a learning objective and a learning outcome, which was to be achieved through the project. All the other teachers similarly plugged in. An English teacher plugged in with poems on the bicycle, encouraging them to write about their own experience. The children put it apart and put it together. The gymnastics teachers actually encouraged some children to do gymnastics while on the bicycle. So the bicycle became the center, and science, math, English, all the different subjects were taught through that project. So the project is not outside the syllabus as it is in project-based learning, but it includes the syllabus. At the end of it also, it's very important, how are we going to assess this? That becomes very challenging, assessment. So beforehand itself, the teachers are going to decide that I'm going to test in this manner. I'm going to observe the students working and grade in this manner. That is experiential learning. Project-based learning is just doing a project. Let's do away with plastics. Let's do away with this, that, or the other. Wonderful in itself. But it's not really combining any of the academic concepts. Is that clear? Thank you so much. Thank you for the question. Anyone else? Now, Auxilium Lonabla initiated a very interesting talk by Mr. Bodankar on how we can prevent the plastics from reaching the sea. Now, this is a project. If it's going to be made into an experiential learning project, that's different. Then all the teachers will have to sit together and decide on their learning outcomes, learning objectives, and assessment. Okay? This word is being used very loosely now. Anything which connects with real life, people are calling it experiential learning, but that is not the case. Right? Any questions? Anything else? Are you awake? Was it a tough one? TBL? No? Okay, thank you very much. Donna,
Hello.
So welcome back, teachers. Welcome back, teachers. Welcome back, teachers. Okay.
They can see the presentation, right? Yeah.
So welcome back, teachers, online and offline. I feel honored and privileged to welcome a very renowned educationist, Ms. Mahira Goyal. Mahira Goyal is an accomplished educational leader and esteemed alumni of the Harvard Graduate School of Education, holding a master's in school leadership and entrepreneurship. She has completed her distinction, complemented by her distinction as a Mumbai University topper, achieving both bachelor's and master's degree in education. Mahira is the head of early and elementary school at Fazlani Academy Global and IB World School in Mumbai. With over 20 years of experience, Mahira has held various leadership roles, including Deputy Head of Learning and Teaching and Research and Professional Development. She has significantly contributed to the IB community, serving as Vice Chair of the Association of Heads of IB Schools in India and South Asia, and First Chair of the PYP Network. In her IBEN role as workshop leader and school visit and evaluation leader, she mentors pedagogical leadership teams and teachers across the Asia Pacific region. Mahira is also on the board of the Alumni Network for Harvard Women in India and a Sustainable Development Goals Ambassador. Recognized among the 99 women achievers in India, she has received numerous awards, including the iconic Principal Award, Transformational Leader, and Global Edu Icon. Mahira's passion for service above self earned her the Rotary Avenues of Service Award and the School Awards for Social Impact and Community Outreach. She aims to develop sustainable learning centers and build a robust teacher and principal pipeline for 21st century classrooms. Very welcome, Mahira, and over to you.
Morning, everyone. So I met Kumi and Donna when we were amidst COVID. It was online, and it's just been an absolute honor and privilege to work with both of them. We did a lot of social emotional learning during COVID, and I'm happy to be here in person. I'm meeting her first time in the last 4 years. I think it's been 4 years now. So such an honor to be with her. She's an absolutely distinguished educator, and I'm just happy to be here and do this workshop for a very, very different community. And I hope you enjoy the session, and most importantly, take it back to all the kids that you're working with, and even probably even adults. So if you're ever within a faculty, training, you can go back and take this even to them. So let's begin then. I have just an hour, which is not enough usually for me. I do a lot of hands-on workshops. So there is an envelope which I've passed around. We can try and work in 4 or 5 groups. Just cluster around when we are working on that, and we'll try and see what we can do best. Of course, you can take back all those things which I put in that envelope. Okay, so our session today is on making thinking visible. Okay, if you have any questions, maybe we can do it during, or I think at the end. That will just help for us to cover time, because it's just short. I have just an hour to go. Okay, I'm going to begin with something called two truths and a lie. Has anybody ever done that? Okay. So there, Shalanta has done that. And of course, I know Shalanta, we go back, worked at the same school. So it's really lovely to see her here again. So what do you think? Which two truths you think are good for me and which is a lie? What do you think, looking at me right now? Start thinking. Anybody would like to go for it? Which are the two truths? Yes. Okay. Anybody else? Okay, I think she got it bang on. What made you say that, ma'am? Okay. Absolutely. That was a culture. Awesome. So I just said what makes you say that, and that's really one of the routines also which we are going to do today. So I mean, at any point you're always thinking, you're always observing, you're always guessing really, really what's happening, whether in your subject or it's with children and so on and so forth. So I think Kumi has already introduced me, but that's really the community that I work with. My journey started years ago. I used to be with the corporate industry, and then I moved into education after 13 years of being with the corporate, to work with hospitality. And then my first job actually started with an IB school. So that's how I got into the IB. PYP is a lovely program. The reason I loved it, because it's very creative. It just makes you think out of the box. And it just worked with, the way I wanted to go, because that's really a bit of me. I then joined the IBIN team as a professional development leader through the course of my journey with my school. Just before COVID struck, I decided to put the cow over the edge and said, I must do something different. I've always wanted to go and study overseas. So I took that leadership. And let me tell you, everyone here, that if you ever aspire and think about studying overseas, just go for it. Because I never thought, okay, everybody thinks, oh, Harvard, you'll never make it. Let's not apply. But I just put it in and I got through. And believe me, it's all about you and your aspirations and your experience. So if you ever have that ambition, please go ahead. So got a little bit of that global perspective. And then, of course, my family is my school. I've been with them for almost 18 years now, my children. And that's where I learn from every day. So that's just a little bit about me. Okay, we're going to start by doing this. I want you to turn to your neighbor and say, I'm glad you're here today. Can we do that? Okay, awesome. I'm glad you're here today. So I'm just going to do that to her. Why did we do that? Anybody can say why we do that? Right. It's so important, right? You always put connection before content, no matter where you are, whether with adults or with children. And that was my cornerstone of social emotional learning. I think it just eats into everything that I do. Because we're really sailing at a time when, as educators, we are the change makers. And if we don't do what we need to do, it has no purpose. So always make a connection with your students, with your colleagues, before you even put content there. That was just something to begin with. Let's move on then. We're going to watch a little film. I want you to just look at the film, and then probably we're going to comment on what happens in that film. Okay. The sound is... 1 minute. Huh? I'll just put this. Sound is full. I'm not able to. Yeah, I'm not clear. Can we do it on YouTube? Yes. Yeah. We'll just go to YouTube. It's above and beyond YouTube. That's basics. And let's see what comes up. Should I do YouTube? Let's try. Yeah, that's sound cut now. This is a little loose. This is sound like
You connected mic now. So mic.
maybe if there are these, it's maybe that's also okay. Yeah.
It's a warm spring morning down at Main Street School. Excitement in the air. Hey, check this out, said Charlie. The school's full of this participants. Come on, let's go get our kits. And so the kits were handed out. Everyone identical, everyone with a set of precise instructions. Each student set off to work. Charlie knew how to follow directions. He made great progress and was quite proud of his work. Meanwhile, Maya was taking her time. She watched the world around her, noticing other ways things go places. The next morning, Charlie was finished and carefully inspected his work. But a noise interrupted his thoughts. Wow, said Charlie. What is that? You didn't follow the directions, did you? I started to, said Maya. But I wanted to try something different. Maya, what does that have to do with a go-kart? Asked Charlie. Who said it had to be a go-kart? Suddenly my project doesn't look very exciting. Oh, but you're a great builder, said Maya. Hey, maybe we should work together. And so they did. First, they compared notes. Charlie was good at details. Maya, good at dreaming up ideas. Each had a different approach to getting things done. Then they got to work. Side by side, they helped one another to build something new, something inspiring, something spectacular. The next morning, everybody gathered for the final challenge, the big race. Each student stood alongside his or her finished project, each cart perfect. Well, almost. Ready? Asked Charlie. Ready as I'll ever be, said Maya. Some of the other students weren't so convinced. Hi, you may think you're going places, but you're just going to lose.
Start your engine. On your mark. Get set.
Charlie shouted. Maya, they're all ahead of us. What are we waiting for? No worries, said Maya. Flaps down, throttle up. Whoa, did you see that? And we have our winner. Charlie and Maya were ecstatic. We did it. We finished, said Charlie. Finished? I don't think so. We've only just begun. Right. Flaps down, throttle up. And off they went. They really were going places. They were going above and beyond.
Okay, so what do you think? Would anybody like to say anything? Do we have a Charlie and a Maya even in our own classrooms? If that's the case, what is really something that we need to be mindful about, right? What did that video really, really point out? What did the video really point out? Right? Creativity. So all the skills, right? Absolutely. So what we are here for today is, of course, critical thinking skills, right? So collaboration, creativity, and it's very important to think about how Maya's creativity and critical thinking really helped her to design that along with Charlie. So let's look at today critical thinking. So imagine if we were to learn dance without really watching some stuff there. Imagine if we were to, oops, hang on. Did I move something? Can you hear now? Okay. I think it was mute here. Okay. Yeah, we are going back to the screen. Okay. Is that clear? Okay, so a lot of times, whether it's dance or sport, imagine learning all these things without really watching somebody, right? So a lot of times, that's really what we are doing when we are learning to think, right? Uh, so everybody knows this adage, right? Tell me and I forget, show me and I remember, involve me and I understand. And that is so important even when we are learning to think. So when we say learning to think, what do you mean by that? As I was sharing earlier, you need to have opportunities for children to reason, make decisions, solve problems. Are you giving them that stimulus or provocation where they are able to do these? And very important as we go ahead is to look at things in a very transdisciplinary. Let's not look at it only history, only geography, language, because that's really not how we see it in the real world, right? Everything is very connected. So a little bit of interdisciplinary, a little bit of transdisciplinary approach when you're looking at thinking really helps. Everyone remembers this? I think we've all done it as part of our teaching and learning. Okay, now when you look at the upper level and you say create, evaluate, and analyze, that's really where we should be aiming our children to be. We need to, of course, start there, apply, understand, and remember. But then as we go higher, you need to create learning experiences or projects which will help children to create, analyze, and evaluate on their own. And that's higher order thinking skills. So what we're going to do today really gives students that opportunity to think higher. And it's just following these simple routines. What are routines? Anybody would like to share? What's a routine? Right, something that you're doing every day. Okay. So then what is a thinking routine? Right? It's nothing but just like processes that you do every day with children. It's just a set of questions. You go step by step, which help to scaffold a lot of thinking in children. Which brings us to something that we are really going to look at today. So Harvard went on to do some research. They had this team called the Project Zero team, and they came up with these thinking routines, which kind of help students to look at thinking step by step. So even without realizing, you're going to help them think through these routines. So you need to make them part of your classroom structure. So that's what research says. Why should we use these routines, right? You just spoke about it. I just said student engagement and voice. It just encourages more student engagement voice. And then it promotes a culture of thinking in the classroom, right? How do we do that? Very important to try and have a more inquiry-based classroom structure. Open-ended questions. You know, a lot of times when we are kind of asking students questions, make sure they're open-ended. Encourage even students to ask open-ended. Because if it's a closed-ended, there's no scope for inquiry, there's no scope for thinking. And then, of course, scaffold. That's really the way to go. Okay, so 3 ways to look at these tools. You can use them as tools, just like we use tools for other things, as structures, because it's a step-by-step, or patterns of behavior. So, you know, that's why we call them culture builders sometimes, the thinking routines. So we are going to look at 7 different types of routines today. Very easy to implement and go back and take it back to your classrooms. Okay, we're going to look at each one of them. So I'm not running through them here. Let's look at the first one, introducing and exploring ideas. What are these routines? So it's a good starter. If you've never done routines, these are great routines. I've picked very few because of time, but you can go back and look up Project Zero. Just Google it and you'll find all the routines there. So depending on your age group, you can pick and select the routine. So what we're going to do is open the envelopes now. You can look at the first routine. That's your exhibit number 1. Okay. So quickly, since we don't have time to work on it, we can do a little bit of shout out answers. Let's take 30 seconds. Your first routine is to look at the photograph. Okay, just kind of circle up and talk to each other. The first routine says think, puzzle, and explore. Look at the photograph. What do we think we know about this? Is it some topic we are looking at? Is it a concept? What questions do you have with this? Are any questions emerging for you when you look at this photograph? And how are we going to find out more about this? So let's take 30 seconds to look at this photograph, and then we are going to just shout out, okay? What do you think? A puzzle, and then how are we going to explore this further? And whenever you're ready, you can just put your jazz hands up. We'll know that you're ready. Okay, any group. Because we're already a little short on time, so we're just going to go ahead. Okay. Okay. Any group ready? Just put your jazz hands up. Okay, yes, question. Are y'all ready? Okay, awesome. One group is ready. So we'll just give everybody a little, let's give 10 more seconds to the other groups. So remember, the thinking routine goes, what do you think we know about this? What questions do we have now? And how are we going to find out more? Okay, let's take a few answers now, right? Group which is ready. What do we think we know about this? I've just given you a provocation, just deforestation. Yeah, please. So the others can hear online. If anybody needs the mic, we can pass it around. That's great. Okay, bang on. Deforestation. Anybody else had another idea? What were you thinking about?
Ma'am, hope for animals.
Animals have lost their homes. Yes.
The light is shown over there. Just you can see sideways the green trees are there, and light is being shown. So that is a hope we can do some change. We can bring out some change.
Okay.
That is also indicating through the picture.
Okay. Let's move on then to puzzle. What questions would you have? Anybody has a question looking at this photo now? What questions come to our mind?
Why
is one elephant left?
Left. And
why is he sad?
What
Okay,
about
please speak
other
in the mic.
animals?
Where are
What
the other
about-
animals gone? Who has done this? Okay, so now that we've got a sense of what the questions are, how are we going to find out more? How are we going to find out more? Anybody has any ideas? This is what I've given the students today. They know what it is. Deforestation, animal is sad. Have some questions. Who did that? How are we going to find out? Any ideas? How would you go about exploring this concept of deforestation? What do you usually do when you're teaching? Right? We're going to start looking at stories. We're going to look at books. We're going to probably research a bit. Right? So different ways that we can find out more. So this is a routine you can use in your classroom. Even before introducing anything, just put up a stimulus and a provocation. From this, I actually figured out that you already know what the topic is about. So I don't need to. I just need to elaborate. I also know what you're thinking, right? What your puzzles are. And then a few children will also say, how are we going to find out? Like children come up with answers. Miss, I'm going to research. I'm going to ask my dad. I'm going to, find out. Probably there's a story up in the library that I read. Okay, so on and so forth. So great thinking routine to begin with, right? Give a video, give a photo, anything, but think, puzzle, and explore. That's our first thinking routine. Now you can extend this routine by another thinking routine, which is think, feel, and care. Okay, that's not in the thing. And you can share this. If you look up Project Zero, you'll find all these there. Okay. Now, what do you think about this issue? So you can extend this to the next as you go further into the unit. How does it make you feel? How might others feel about it? And then finally, what do you care about this, right? It's the human impact on forests. And then it will just go deeper and deeper and deeper. So it depends. You can even start with something like think, feel, and care. So all you have to do in class is just put think, puzzle, explore, put think, feel, care, and just give these, to children, and you can start thinking. Rather than you talking about it, let's see what they come up with. So these are steps to kind of unpack their thinking about any topic. Okay, so that's another routine that you can use. Think, feel, and care. Now that we want to dig a little deeper into ideas, let's look at some other routines. So that's another routine. Remember in the beginning, I said, what makes you say that? That's another thinking routine. Let's open, and we have another photo now. Okay, what makes you say that? Let's look at the photograph for exhibit 2. Now, what is that? What's going on? What do you see that makes you say that? Now, most times I've given you something simple, but with children, if you're learning about history, about civilizations, you can give them some more thought, full photographs. It could be about war, it could be about peace, it could be about extinction, it could go on and on. So it's very thought-provoking. Right now, we're just using it simple. What makes you say that? What do you see in the picture? What's going on? Janmashtami, right? But what makes you say that? How do you know it's Janmashtami? Because of, right, the matki and everything that they are. So again, you're asking children, how do you know? How many times do we ask children, how do we know? Right? Because looking at the photograph, they could understand it's Janmashtami because of, the fact that they're breaking the pot and all. So it's very important that whenever you show anything or a provocation, this routine actually is very simple. What makes you say that? Right? Whether you're doing math, you're doing language, it's any subject. So what makes you say that? Okay, the plants make food. Great. What makes you say that? And you go deeper and deeper. So this is a great routine. You can start with it, and it could just be simply what makes you say that. So as you do these, another good thing would be to start putting up these tools in your classroom. Why would we do that? Because the next time I do something, I'll say, okay, students, maybe you can pick up a thinking routine of your choice. It just keeps building as they move up grades. Okay, so always try and make it visible. Again, all this makes thinking visible. You're really asking children what makes you say that. Everything is so visible, right? It's not I'm writing and writing all the time. It's just getting them to think aloud. And everybody will have a different thought. Somebody will notice the matki, somebody will notice the teamwork, somebody will notice the crowds down. It's a lot of different details that children will notice. That's another one if you're digging deeper. Okay, it's called the 3-2-1 bridge. Now, what does the 3-2-1 bridge do? Very simple. It's self-explanatory, but very interesting. 3 words, 2 questions, and 1 analogy. Just like I asked you, what are the 3 words when you think about think? Okay, 2 questions that you would have about thinking, and then probably 1 analogy about thinking, right? So thinking is like swimming, thinking is like jogging, you can go on and so forth. Now, after you finish the topic, you'd go back and ask, you'll have 3 more words. You'll probably have more questions. And then, what is this routine doing? What did I know? What do I know now? Right? How many times do we really check for prior knowledge and understanding? I think it's very important that anything we begin, let's ask. It's, most classrooms, when I go to kindergarten, say, oh, okay, let's color the apple red, right? We've all heard this. But, what is an apple? The children already know what's an apple. Are they always red? Maybe not. Maybe somebody's come from somewhere and said, no, the apple is green. And then how are we going to debate on that, right? What makes you say that? Okay. So it all depends on your cohort, your classroom, your children, and how you want to take this further. So 3-2-1 is great for then and now thinking. And that's very important because otherwise, how do you check for understanding, okay, of what you've taught? Then let's look at perspective. How do we really get students to think and give their own perspectives? Let's look at this routine. It's called Circle of Viewpoints. Open your 3rd exhibit. Okay, I've put a little question there. Okay, what is our question? Homework is essential. Okay, now look at that little thing, the handout that you have. What would a student say? Anybody would like to take the role of a student? Somebody is going to take on the role of a parent, and somebody is going to take the role of a teacher. Okay? We're going to look at it from different viewpoints. Who would like to share? Please use the mic. Do we have any students here who would like to say homework is essential? What is your viewpoint? A parent and a teacher. Come on, we are all teachers is easy. Yes. Yeah. Okay, we have a student who says, oh, homework is so boring. Okay, that's the student. Any other student?
Homework is difficult.
Homework is difficult. Okay. Any other student? Teachers, please don't give homework. Okay. That's usually. Okay, let's hear. The playtime is gone when I go home. Please don't give me homework. Okay, what about a teacher now? Let's hear it from a teacher. What would a teacher say about homework? Teacher says homework is important. What makes you say that, miss? I'm using the routine now. What makes you say that? Waste time? Maybe it's good for reinforcement, right? Sometimes you need practice.
You will need to write and practice to understand.
Right. You need to write to understand. Sometimes you need that practice. Any other teacher wants to share? Yes, ma'am.
To make concepts clear.
To make concepts clear. Maybe once I go home, I look at the
Read,
homework, I can, yes, reinforce it. Can you hear? Revision. Somebody online says revision. Thank you. Please put in the chat box and Donna can keep telling me in the chat. Extended learning, fabulous. It just extends learning. Let's look at it that way. Okay, what about a parent now? What would a parent say? Okay, they've got homework, they're not on the mobile. What else?
My child is going to solve past papers and give you, so please,
Yeah.
cater to the personal attention as well.
Absolutely. Parents love homework, let me tell you. Okay, so anybody else, anything online, Donna? Any parent? Okay, so some parents probably don't like homework also, right? They prefer that, everything is done in school. So that's a routine you can use for anything, right? Circle of viewpoints. You would be discussing something very critical. Let's take a sustainable development goal, right? Have you heard of sustainable development goals? Let's look at poverty. Let's look at child labor. And you can have children take on different roles. They could even take on roles of different countries. I could be the prime minister of a different country. Somebody could be a prime minister of different. One could be an NGO. One could be, an actual child labor student, and so on and so forth. So this is a great routine to unpack anything. What happens again? You're looking at from different points of view. As teachers, you can take a concept also and look at it as a history teacher, geography teacher, science teacher, language and math. Put those roles on and see you've got a transdisciplinary unit, right? And that's how you can plan also. So circle of viewpoints is fun. Definitely you must use it. Another one that you can use, and it's there, and let's talk about it. So our topic is starting a school recycling program. It's called Compass Points. Let's look at it. What does EAST say, right? EAST is E. What makes you excited about this idea about recycling at school, right? Let's begin a recycling program. What makes you worrisome? What's the downside, right? All of us have challenges at our schools. Okay, what's going to be the worrisome part? What do you need to know to get this ahead? What do we need to evaluate at our school? Let's look at the structure. Let's look at permissions, etc. And then finally, what are your suggestions for moving forward? So this is another excellent, we all know the compass. Okay, north, south, east, west. All you have to do is put your concept, put your topic, and just give this to the students. Let me tell you, they'll write even without you telling anything. Okay, you can even show them a video, a photo, a clip, and after that, they can work on it, right? So let's look at it. If we were to really break this down, what would really come out? So really, when we say needs, what do we need to start a successful recycling program? So maybe we need bins, we need support from teachers, education. Exciting? What would be exciting? As a school, we are really making a difference to the environment, right? That would be something exciting. making a difference. Our school will be different. That could be a USP at your school. Suggestions, ideas for promoting it. Let's do a campaign. Let's start, put a team together who look at probably a nature club, etc. And what is worrisome? Okay, maybe the students currently are really not using recycling in a certain way, or we don't have too many participants, or the school is saying, no, 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 let's not waste time on all this thing. Let's focus on studies, right? We all have challenges when it comes to leadership sometimes or infrastructure. That could be worrisome. Okay, a great opportunity for children to look at any topic using Compass. Everybody clear till now with some of the routines? Any questions on any of the routines so far? No. Okay, awesome. Let's move on then. Very interesting, right? This any teacher can use, whether it's art, music, history, science. Okay, routines that help develop key skills of observation, interpretation, and questioning. And here you're actually getting something. It's using all your senses somewhere. Okay, today we can't do it, but it'd be great if you just have an object out there. So instead of an object, I have a little photo for you. Let's remove exhibit number 5. This is one of my favorite routines, and you can use it with any age group. Simply see, think, and wonder. What do you see in the picture? What do you think about that? And what does it make you wonder? So if I were probably studying about infrastructure in Mumbai and have this put up there, okay? Or maybe just the culture of Mumbai. So it all depends what you're teaching. I just put up a fun photo. What do you see in there? Anybody would like to share what they are seeing? A traffic jam. Bang on. Okay? What do you think about that? Anybody would like to share? Too congested, right? There's everything happening on our streets. And then what does it make you wonder? What do you think students will say? So I know once we did this in school, and students said, actually, we can walk to school. This we can carpool. You know, so you see children come up with these things and thoughts. And that's exactly what you were aiming at when you were probably looking at infrastructure or transportation systems or anything, right? How do we organize ourselves better in our city? So it could be related to anything that you're doing. See, think, wonder goes with any age group, with anyone. And you can use any artifact. An art teacher would bring in a painting of an artist. You can just put a pot there. You can get anything if you're doing civilizations, just an artifact from Mohenjo-daro, Harappa. You know, you make the seals. You get the art team to make it, the children to make it. You can even go and kind of get another class to wonder, see, think, wonder when they look at their seals. So a lot of collaboration can happen with a lot of these routines. Okay, so see, think, and wonder. Again, use it with anything. Let's go a little deeper now. Okay, we looked at the object. Now, I looked at those images or objects, but investigate them now. Now, that would really look at everyday objects or even a system and appreciate their features or their complexity. So just for today, I mean, I've used a school backpack. What is our routine? It's parts, purpose, and complexities. You'll have that in your envelope also, exhibit number 6. Okay, so what are the parts? Okay, I'm going to start looking. Now, you can have anything here. You can put an iron here. You can put a mixer here. You can use anything. You can put a computer here. So what are the parts, right? We're going to start wondering about that. What is the purpose of these parts, and what are some of the complexities? Would anybody like to share quickly some parts of a school backpack? A zip, right? A zip, a pocket, another pocket to keep bottles, snack boxes, belt, straps, yes, because that helps to carry the backpack. Okay, yes, compartments, very helpful to put different things. So now let's look at the purpose. Can anybody tell me compartments would be, again, we spoke to keep different things, the strap, so it gives us, it holds better. What about the complexity? What if something went missing? Would anybody like to share? What if some part was missing? What would happen? Can anybody share a part? Yeah, if there was no water, part holder, water bottles would be in the bag, it can spill, right? That's how they started creating a separate compartment outside. What about other things? Search things, the compartments help. If there were no compartments, how would we search? So let's quickly look at this. So we are looking at the parts of the bag, right? Can you see all these would be the different parts of the bag that you just spoke about? So we get children to think about. I've just taken a backpack, but you can go to deeper concepts and at any age group, right? Imagine giving a car. I mean, the boys would just dissect it totally and say, what are the parts of a car? Okay. Again, what's the purpose, right? We just spoke about this. Okay, now you have laptop sleeves. Okay, these are new things. As laptops came about, laptop sleeves came on. Padding at the back, right? Just helps. Okay, initially we didn't have it. Shoulder straps, y'all spoke. Zipper pockets, y'all spoke. Water bottle holder, y'all spoke about. Okay, now let's look at the complexities. How the weight is distributed across the backpack can affect comfort and posture. Durability. You see the materials, there are different types of materials. We live in a rain-born city. So again, you have a lot of bags now which are, waterproof. Yes. Organization of the compartments. And then, of course, the design and, how it impacts our shoulder and everything. So what happens is when you look at parts, purpose, and complexities, you're literally breaking down using this thinking routine, anything you'd like in your classroom. Okay, so take a car, take a bike, take a truck, take a system, just about anything. Okay, so again, grade, maybe use it with a little higher grade levels, more primary to secondary grade levels. So that was parts, purpose, and complexities. Okay, now how do we synthesize and organize ideas? Now that we've got so many ideas and whatever, let's synthesize them. So again, very important to find coherence, draw conclusions. Okay, so let's look at that. Okay, so this was a little film. I'm not going to play it now because of sound and everything, but just look at the photograph. If you just look at the photograph, and if you had to put a color, a symbol, and an image, this is a fun routine. So you can use it with anything that you're doing in the class. What would be the color if you just look at the photograph? So let me tell you, it's a little trees and calming video, and it's just that kind of thing. What color would you put as a symbol? If I tell children, okay, let's look at this, and what would you put out there? What would be your color? Red. Okay. Why would you put red? Okay, but why you think looking at this, you would put the color red? What would you put? Green, maybe, because that's something that you would put. What about a symbol? What symbol would you use? Tree, maybe a tree. What else? A leaf, whatever it could be. Just being calm, and relaxing. That's what the video was about. And then an image that you feel best captures. So any image that comes to your mind when you look at this. Probably somebody just doing yoga, probably just somebody lying down, reading a book. So it could be so many things. So we did this sign, symbol, and image with a lot of fairy tales with our young ones. And they come up with different things. So even if you just pick something like Red Riding Hood, so we'll come up with what strikes. Of course, red is something that will strike. A symbol that comes to them is getting angry because of the wolf and the grandmother and all that. And then finally an image, maybe something is just Red Riding Hood, in that hood, a lot of children put up the wolf with the jaws open. So, really what is the color, symbol, and image? What you're doing with this is trying to summarize. Yes. Absolutely. You can even have a heart. It's very calming, relaxing. Yes. Yes, it would definitely be challenging to put a symbol and an image. So a lot of times, an image is, it's sometimes difficult. If you're working online, a lot of people do it easily because they just take an image and they insert it within their thing. But sometimes children just draw things which is an image. So it could be, I remember we did it a little higher grade, and a child, probably, we were doing actually empathy. So, there's where the heart would come in. They were learning, it was a video or something on empathy. And then the color was really blue, so when I'm blue, then I need that empathy. And then heart, and then the image was something which was just reading. Yeah, I think they had, one was uh, actually learning Braille. These students had gone to a deaf and mute institute, and he actually put a Braille image there and saying being empathy. I know another student, because we had a little Christmas thing at school and they came without shoes. So he actually put a shoe there. So you were wondering where did the shoe come from? And then he explained, I remember the children came without shoe and like to donate shoes. So, children can come up with different things. But again, it depends on what grade level, what concept you're doing, and really, it's about summarizing and making thinking visible. Right? Otherwise, we're always telling children, right. But if you were to put them on the spot and say, okay, let's use a color, and then you look at the different answers that you get. It's again looking at different perspectives, allowing children that agency to have a choice in the way they are thinking. Also, what are we doing? It's non-verbal. So children who really cannot write all the time, well, this is a non-verbal way of looking at it. Okay, finally moving on to looking at different dilemmas, also again controversies. So let's look at this one. Sorry. Tug for truth. There is also something called tug of war. Tug of war, we all know, right? We play that game. And we actually do this physically in a classroom. We get a rope. Half of the children stand one side, half the other side. And they actually talk about this. So I just picked up something which is right current. Teachers can be replaced by robots. And that's what the children will argue about. Okay, so one side proposition, opposition, and you tug for truth. Or you can simply call it tug of war. So you can put any concept which is debatable and let children. So should we burst crackers during Diwali? Okay. Should we really hand over money to children at the signals? Things like that. Should children be used in TV ads, etc., etc. So you can come up, link it with anything you are doing, right, in your classroom. And as you go higher, of course, the debatable topics can go higher and higher. Okay, so tug or truth. So agree and disagree. Very simple. But again, this is a thinking routine. So next time you don't have to say, you say, okay, let's do tug of truth. And the kids would know. Or tug of war. Okay, this is a very, very simple routine that you can get kids to think. So you could say, okay, let's think about this concept or idea. Okay, so let's think about today's session. Let's think, how was the session? Let's pair and let's share. Okay, simple. So at the end of anything, you really want to come to a conclusion, or even at the beginning, or even at the middle. This can be used anywhere. Think, pair, and share. You could say turn and talk. You could say turn to your left elbow partner, turn to your right elbow partner. Different types of things, but think, pair, and share. This is again in your envelopes. Another way to do it is, I used to think, but now I think, right? Connect, extend, and challenge. So what are some of the ideas that you connected today? How do you extend them? And a challenge. Okay, so this really are some of the routines that you can think about, kind of on time in spite of whatever. We couldn't work on things, but yes, you got a rough idea. What would be your next steps? Try these out for sure. And there are much more. Okay, if you just go online and put Project Zero, you'll find all of them there. Okay, so there is something called core thinking routines, which has all the basic ones first. So you can try them. You'll also find them as you go ahead with the digging deeper, blah, blah, blah. But as core routines, those are the easiest to follow. Okay? And then, of course, as a group, please discuss what works for you, what doesn't work for you. That's what it is. Anybody has any questions, would like to share anything, happy to answer. Sure.
These thinking routines
The mic is not on, I think.
So these thinking routines are real fun to work on with. They can be used at any of the stages of technopoiesis, any of the 5 stages. And you can see that because the children are involved in it, it really becomes not only student based, but very often it could become a student led activity, empowering them. So I think Mahira has done an amazing job in so short a time. Yeah. So what we want you to do now, today you are introduced to multiple intelligence, very basic, and to VTRs. Next time I will introduce you to design thinking. So these are things you can plug into your technopoetic learning plans. Now, every learning plan will not have all of these, but you will give them a rich variety when you use them. And I think there are 21 routines, and Mahira, in so short a time, has done an excellent job of providing us with a basic idea and being a hands-on teacher, how it works in the classroom. So I'm very grateful to Shalanta for having introduced me to Mahira, and it's very grateful to you, Mahira, for
Such a
being here.
pleasure.
But
Always a
teachers,
pleasure.
if you have any more questions, please go ahead and
Yes,
ask.
please ask. And of course, I mean, let me tell you, these routines are so much fun. And once you start, you'll never stop. And it's a great toolbox in your classroom. Yes. Happy to answer any questions that
No.
you may have.
I just have a feedback. So I work with the older students.
Thank you, everybody who joined online. I hope you could take away. I know I put the pictures and all. They can hear? Okay. I put the photographs and everything out there so you could also take back something. And always happy to connect for anything. We could probably do an entire online thing once. It's also easier to do that for everybody online. And I hope you can take back something from your classrooms. I think for me that would really make me happy, because I think if it makes a difference to children, I think it makes a difference to us. Yes. Yes. So one is Ron Richards, making thinking visible. And then, of course, I think I would say that's really, then there's, of course, cultures of thinking also, which is Ron Richard. But I would say just go onto the Project Zero website, because Project Zero website has everything. It's got lots more than what I did today, not just thinking routines, but other things also. It's a research body which was started at Harvard, and they keep doing different kinds of projects. They're probably all on Project Zero. So definitely visit the website. Just put the word Project Zero and you're good to go. So thank you, everybody who joined online, and I hope you could learn something in spite of all the tech glitches that we had today. Thank you.
My feedback was that I work with the older students. So despite your examples pertaining with the younger ones, I could immediately connect and relate. Okay, I'm going to use this thinking routine for this particular exercise. So thank you so much. And yes, as Dr. Kumi said, it'll help me plug better and formulate the technopoiesis plan much better. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Lovely being here. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Kumi. I will send it to the speaker. Yeah. This is really complicated. I don't know how I'm supposed to do it. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Okay. Yeah, I think in the time that, yeah, I would love to come and do another hands-on. Please, me, that was really,
No,
that's
it's
not,
fine.
yeah, that's what I said. That,
But she can take from
come, 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 come. You can stand too. It's okay. Come. Thank you.
Yes, so, I just actually we had a network at 2:30. They preponed it to 1. So that's a change. It's a change, but it's fine. I'll reach that. I will. Like, actually, some people like, hey, this particular bend after the signal was like, when then I went into that lane by mistake. They came off and then no problem. Not a Sunday, right?
It's yours?
Okay, since this is MI practicals, I'd like you to get into your school groups. Okay? So you all can work at the end of the session, you all will be working together. The ones online are already in groups. So should I start? Is everyone here except Kumi? Right? Okay, sir. How many said they knew multiple intelligences? One, two, Vadala knows. You all don't know. Kumi briefly spoke about the 9 intelligences, right? There's one thing I want to make clear here is that every workshop we open the lesson plan for one more area. If you notice in the first lesson plan, it was you had to introduce experiential and spatial. In this time's next lesson plans, you will have to introduce thinking based learning and concentrate on MI. Okay, so somewhere in your lesson plan it should feature. So I will be adding that to your sheets. All those who shared the sheets, I will add those 3 formats in your sheet. Okay, that is why specifically I have been asking for shared sheets because they're going to remain with us throughout. Okay, how many years we are together, they're going to remain with us. We will ultimately share it with everyone. Okay, so you all can look at each other's. Okay, so coming to multiple intelligences, I was not aware that so many were not knowing multiple intelligences, but Kumi has already given you a fair idea that there are 9 intelligences. Okay, so I will be uh, just telling you a few extra features, something that Kumi hasn't said, or reinforcing something Kumi has said. And then we will go into a practical session, which I want you to do in school-wise groups. Okay. So, firstly, MI theory is not a learning theory. It must be translated into classroom practice. That means it should be something that is constantly thought of when you are doing. It's not just something for the books. There is no single right way. Kumi might tell you, I might tell you, but there is no one right way of doing it. All your ideas are as important as anyone else's. Applying MI theory requires understanding the theory very well. Okay, you should understand, and for that reason, I'll just do a small little thing after this to get you all to really understand the theory. There are 9 intelligences. The 9th one was added later, which was the existential one. Okay, the intelligences are educable. Educable means that you can improve, they can learn them. It's not that a child is born with one intelligence and lives with it forever. If you as a teacher or as a parent encourage the others, they can hone on the others also. Individuals possess unique profiles that develop and change over time. Each intelligence has its sub abilities and operates differently in different domains or contexts. Okay, so here as a teacher, you should understand which domain or which context renders itself to that intelligence. Intelligences work in combination. Now, you cannot say like this particular activity is giving me bodily kinesthetic and that's it. No, bodily kinesthetic, if you're going to do a group activity, is definitely going to give you an interpersonal intelligence also concentrated upon. Okay, so they work in combination and not in isolation, and that is why, as Kumi said earlier, we do not keep targeting each intelligence. We don't say today I'm going to do bodily kinesthetics, so you'll all jump in class. It happens like, as a matter of course. And here I'd like to bring your attention to that technopoiesis, the verticals that we do underneath automatically render themselves to intelligences. Like if you see, for example, which are the spatial learning, okay, or experiential learning, automatically bodily kinesthetic comes in there. If you do arts-based learning through music, automatically music intelligence comes there. So the verticals that we have in technovoices automatically render themselves to the intelligences. These are the 9, just in, I like the pictures, that's why I put them. Okay. Okay, now I'm not a verbal linguistic. I will just concentrate on what it is not. Okay. It is not a child that knows many languages, but the ability to learn a language is an intelligence. Got it? Okay. It's not someone who randomly talks, like a child who's very talkative in class. It should be constructive talking. Okay. So it's not someone who just constructive. If you don't know the intelligence, please tell me, because I'm just telling you what it is not. Okay. The logical mathematical intelligence is not only, as we consider, the math ability, the numerical ability. It is also the logical ability. Now the logic can come through a story. You have seen the Akbar Birbal stories, how they are linked. You have a problem and you have a solution, and the logic is based on what the challenge faced by Birbal. So you have the logic there in a story, you have logic in patterns, you have logic in everything that you see around you. Okay. So logical mathematical. Musical intelligence is not engaged by that. Even a person who's a virtuoso at the piano or at any musical is not considered musically intelligent. It is the understanding of rhythm. It may be a child who has never played an instrument, but while sitting here, he's listening to the fan going tuck, 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 and you know he'll be unconsciously tapping at his desk. Okay, so it's not necessarily, just to give you a short example, I am not very musically intelligent. Okay, but I've done my LTCL in piano. And how did I pass my exams? I have another intelligence which is called logical mathematical. And all music comes in patterns. There is a cadence, there is a chord. Those who know music know that the chord has got those, 137, augmented is 178. So when I had to compose music for the exam, I used to just do, if I knew the first note is given to you and then you have to compose the piece, I used to calculate and compose the piece. I used to not listen to the music, I used to calculate. Similarly, when it came to my the year tests, when the examiner, one very formidable examiner from UK used to come, and when he used to play the first note, he tells you D, and then you have to say the remaining. That was your year test. Now, I didn't do it hearing the D. I just did it knowing that D was the second in the keyboard. So I would count and do my exams, and that's how I passed my music exams. Now, I wouldn't say I was musically, I would say Kumi is musically intelligent. She's not done an exam. So that is how we mean by musical intelligence. But having said this, a musical child is very logically mathematical. In our system, in our society, we think that two things we call children: if they go for sport, khiladi, not worth it. Or if they pick up a guitar, he's always playing the guitar. But a logical mathematical musical child is logical mathematical by default. By default, he's logical mathematical. He cannot. Whenever you get some singers are more popular than the others, do you know why? because they know the winning formula. They know what is going to get them that, that success or that elevation of spirit when a person hears it. Okay, so that is musical. Then spatial, also known as visual spatial, but I've removed the visual because it does not come with sight. Spatial doesn't just mean sight, it's envisaging your space. Okay, like how blind people, like an architect who can fit a round table in a rectangular room, he knows exactly where to put it. And I have noticed this with my maid. I'll be struggling to keep something, fit something somewhere, and she would have done it so easily. Even when children settle their cupboards, you all complain, my son doesn't do the cupboard, or my daughter doesn't settle a cupboard at all, but my son settles his cupboard so easy. Within a jiffy, he has settled his cupboard. That is because of spatial intelligence. If you have spatial intelligence, you'll know how to fold a kurta equal to a trouser. You'll get it the same shape so that when you arrange your cupboard, you can literally walk through the piles. It will be so neat. But a child who does not have a spatial intelligence, then we start screaming at them. But you don't realize that they don't have it. They don't know how to keep that neat, and in that mess, they find their stuff, you know. So that is spatial intelligence. Bodily kinesthetic is not random, like, you have these young kids who are very hyper, who just scream, shout, run through the corridors. That is not bodily kinesthetic. It again has to be like verbal linguistic, a constructive activity, right? Okay. Intrapersonal is not the child who's sitting in a corner, who's in isolation, right? Normally an introverted child or something, we say introverted, and extroverted, we say interpersonal. But it's not the child who is in isolation is somebody who's thinking of higher order questions. Interpersonal is someone, not someone who likes to go to a party and be the, social graces, who knows how to say hello and come. It is somebody who has empathy. Okay? It is somebody who has empathy. You can understand another person. And Kumi also emphasized this in interpersonal. A naturalist, we normally give pictures of greenery, and also we think naturalist and nature. No, it is the use of your senses and how you relate to the environment around you. Okay, so it's not that you have to take them to a garden. You can take them to your pantry or your kitchen and get the natural in. When they peel a potato, when they those who are non-vegetarian, when they peel a chicken, when they, all these things are naturalistic abilities. And existential is those who have and who ask the spiritual questions. So the ones who say, who is God, what is our existence here for, those. So there's a slight shift from intrapersonal to existential. So having said that, it's not how smart you are, but it's how you are smart. Now let's look at these 4 cases that I've given here. In the beginning, I will be taking you through cases. At the end, I'll make you workshop. Okay? So now I want you to point out the intelligences. I told you one activity may not have one intelligence. Okay? Look at photographs or portraits of the place to understand what life was like and what was valued. What intelligence are you? Yes, sir. Huh? Visual spatial because of the photographs. Interpersonal because you're showing empathy, what was valued. right? Anything else? There are no higher questions here. It's just this, okay? So thank you. So yes, naturalistic, but yeah, you're using your senses in a way. Hmm. Next, students learning the components of plants might create them from clay or become plants by being wrapped in paper by classmates. Bodily kinesthetic, naturalistic, right? Learning about the independence can be enhanced by singing the songs of that era. Also interpersonal. You understand what they felt when singing those songs, right? Students studying ratio put their bodies in life-size shapes of buffalo made from masking tape and adhered to the floor. Bodily kinesthetic, naturalistic, yeah. Larger mathematical, very good. So you said, once I had done exercise with children. Two activities I want to tell you is on teaching them about Egypt and the mummies. So a child was actually made to sleep, and they made the form on the newspaper, and then they filled it in with the icons that go on the Egyptian mummy, because they just learned about the scarab, the beetle, and all those things like that. And another activity that I really loved, which I used to do, was making children go under when they were learning about Michelangelo, making them go under the chair and painting from under the table or chair, and paint. I'd put a paper there, and they had to paint. So to imagine how it would have been to paint the Sistine Chapel. Okay, so that's how you get their naturalistic and interpersonal, etc., activated. Now, this I've just taken one whole plan. It's the 1965 expedition to Everest. Do you know about this expedition? It was the first Indian expedition, and it was headed by Captain M.S. Kohli. And why I chose this is because he was my neighbor for many years. And those who know the Illustrated Weekly, I think only Kumi and I would know the Illustrated Weekly. It was a very popular, reputed magazine. They used to have a cartoon. There was a whole cartoon on this 1965 expedition, which you could use for your classroom activity also, right? So we were the fourth country to reach Everest, and that. Okay, first we would study. I'm not saying this is the right way. You would have many more ideas, but I'm just going through one sample plan. First, we study the geography of the journey through published maps. Then the learners design their own maps of the exhibition and estimate the distances to and from the base camp. What intelligence? What intelligence? Huh? Spatial and... Okay, please don't see the answers. Look at the text. Okay. We read and discuss their journey through the eyes of Konchok Chumbi Sherpa, their Sherpa guide. They had all expeditions to this have a Sherpa. So they read through the eyes of the Sherpa, not as an outsider climbing the Everest. And what intelligence? Okay, yes, verbal linguistic. Then anything else? Not logical, mathematical, interpersonal. Yes. Kumi, you're out of class. Next, as we read the story, the students pretend they are part of the crew. They are required to keep a personal journal with illustrations of their daily Adventures. Linguistic and personal journal. In, intrapersonal. And, okay, personal journal is intrapersonal. Over here, Sherpa, you're looking at it from the eyes of the Sherpa, so interpersonal. You got the difference, right? Write a letter to your parents describing your adventures with the Mount Everest expedition crew. Linguistic, yes. Then intrapersonal. Next, research recorded statistics of supply, numbers, and distances traveled through the expedition to create and solve 5 mathematical problems. So obviously this, obviously this also is linguistic, recorded statistics, research. Okay, so obviously this is an activity done in a history class, right? So you would need, like we go on emphasizing, you would need collaboration from a math teacher to get you those equations, right? Hmm? Walk up a hill with and without weights to experience the climb. Logical, mathematical also. How it would be, when you go higher or when you go deeper, weights have, the weight is not the same. Like when you go deeper, on land you would barely carry those weights, but underwater they become weightless. So they experience that, right? So you can, okay. Now, this is a plan. Just we'll go through it. It's on the Pearl Harbor bombing. Okay. Show pictures of Pearl Harbor bombing. What would that be? Quickly. Visual. Yes. Discuss from, and also intrapersonal. Interpersonal. Sorry. Discuss from homework reading. Intelligence. Even one will do. Discuss from homework reading. 2 skills of language, linguistic. Yes. Timeline of World War II events. Huh? Logical, mathematical. Yeah. Posit legitimate reasons for a country to go to war. And also they've written refer to textbook and previous class notes. So which two? Intrapersonal and linguistic. Okay. Anti-Japan and anti-German posters show anti-Japan and a news clip video. Spatial. Spatial. What role did emotions play? And also in this, because there's a video, you could say musical. What role did emotions play in the US entrance into World War II? Defend or critique the reasons for going to war? Linguistic and intrapersonal. Okay, there is one intelligence missing. Which one? Kinesthetic. How would you introduce it in this lesson? It's the bombing of Pearl Harbor. Huh? Yes, you can have a role play. You can have a role play. You can have a march. March. You know how they were. You know that Hitler's army was all instigated through music, through the music that he used to play, the marches. They all. You know how you feel when you go to a theater and you stand up for your, or on Independence Day when you, that whole sense of patriotism comes in, right? So, Kumi, Mike.
when Donna is saying this, I'd just like to give you an interesting anecdote, as it were. Among us, Zoroastrians, I'm a Parsi, so among us, we have something called the Sanjan March, because that celebrates a time when we came to India more than 1,400 years ago. So everyone is singing it with immense gusto. It's called Chaiye Hame Jarthosti. And nobody really knows that the tune was created by the Nazis. But it is such a popular one that today, if you talk about Chaiye Hame Jarthosti, it's always associated with the Parsi community, which is not the case because the music is completely borrowed from Nazi Germany.
That's really interesting. No? I didn't know that. Okay. So now when we looked at the activities, you saw that each one has got 2 or 3 intelligences. And like Kumi said, you have to touch some child because each child has got at least 3, right? Has got at least 3. So for that reason, Harvard Gardner came up with the multiple entry points. The multiple entry points are like doorways to get in and not to get out, to get in. Okay. So to engage the learner into learning. So these are the entry points framework. So can you see them? The aesthetic window, which is the sensory qualities, the narrative window, which is the narrational elements, the logical window, which is the deductive reasoning, the quantitative window, which is the numerical consideration. He has bifurcated logical and mathematical. The foundational window, which is the broader concepts of philosophical issues, the experiential window, doing something with their hands or bodies, which includes and experiencing something, and the social window, which gives you also your interpersonal. If you look at these carefully, you see that all the intelligence are included in some way or the other, but they're not bifurcated like that. They come up automatically. And one window might give you 2, 3. The aesthetic window might give you spatial, might give you even bodily kinesthetic, might even give you naturalistic, So he's come up with these 7 windows. And your workshop today is not going to be MI like you've always known it. It's going to be through these windows. I'll keep this slide on later. So let's read. The aesthetic window, the entry point through which learners respond to formal and sensory qualities of a subject or work of art. For example, color, line, expression, composition, the intricate patterns of a beehive or the work of art. For example, the legend depicted in a painting, the sequence of events in a period of history, or the story behind the construction of a skyscraper. Okay. The logical window is when you invite deductive reasoning, when they look at whatever they're studying with deductive reasoning, and you did a whole lot of thinking-based learning before this. The quantitative window, which learners respond to numericals, okay? Like in a poem, see, please do not confine yourself to that language has nothing to do with math. Poetry has a lot to do with math. Music has a lot to do with math. So example, alliteration and meter of a poem would come in the numericals, okay? Also in the logical. The narrative window is where you get the narrational elements and invite numerical consideration, okay? Then the foundational window is where you ask the broader concepts. Which intelligence is coming here? Or philosophical issues. Existential, intrapersonal, right? Okay. And it can be used in math, whether and why calculus is thought to be important to society. Many of our children think that math is just for the books. only later on in life, when you're calculating your savings and your bank interest and your mutual funds, you realize, okay, I had to learn multiplication division. But till date, I don't know why I learned trigonometry. Can you give her the mic? Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt in between, but the sentence, it struck me that I need to make you clear. You know why you learn trigonometry, but you didn't understand why
learning
you
now.
learn. Because in our day-to-day routine, when we are supposed to pick up something from up, or we need to keep something down, that time we calculate the distance where you are going to keep your ladder from the wall, and at what angle you are going to fix it, and how you are going to reach and take the thing from the top
Yeah,
up
but
down.
won't algebra do for that?
Pardon?
No?
And what force you need to apply over there, and also that judgment you need to take, automatically your mind works on trigonometry.
Okay. So,
Thank you.
so see, if a teacher like Vaishali told me this, maybe I would have known it today, right? We are never told this. We are never told this. If we had questioned them like this, then maybe it would have come out, right? So the experiential window is when you actually do something with your hands, you experience something, and what is the what is the intelligence that comes out of the experiential? Kinesthetic, of course, then naturalistic, yes, and spatial, right? The social window is where you collaborate together and work together in groups, and that is, or you interact with others, that is your. Now, when you're looking at this, hasn't it struck you that whatever we are doing in technopoiesis is all also engaging multiple intelligences without you even knowing, like me not knowing trigonometry, the use of trig. Okay, now will let you all workshop. I want you all to get into groups, and this is my lesson on turtles. And I'm going to put the entry points up, and you're going to get me something for each entry point. Okay, something that you would do. It may be one activity, it may be two, it may be three. Right? Clear? Everyone is looking at me so sadly. Yes, clear? The lesson is on turtles. Right? Can we do that for 15 minutes? Right? Yeah, make a table, or make the table this way, narrative this. If you have more than one, you put up more than one item. Okay? And then we'll talk about it. We'll see what someone doesn't say, you can mention. Right? Am I clear to the online? Where's Shalanta? Shalanta, just see if the online. Am I clear to the online? Oh. Shalanta, is the screen on? I can't get them. Yeah. Okay, I'm giving you the windows. Let's put that. Come. Come. Yeah. Yeah. These are the windows. Okay. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking them to. Done, done. I'll ring the bell. Doesn't matter if you've not finished. I'm taking one. If it is, I'll ask each group. If it is a repetition, please don't say it. If you've got something new, say. Okay? So, aesthetic window. We'll start from Vaishali's group. Lonavla. One activity from aesthetic. Okay, foundational. Give her the mic, please.
Hello.
Those who haven't done will do it for homework.
Hello. Ma'am, we took the topic of entry point as foundational window.
Foundational window, okay.
In that we considered about
No, they won't hear
in
online.
that we consider about the previous knowledge about the child to test about it, to take that child to introduce in the topic of turtle. So first we introduce the concept of habitat for all living organisms. So we ask the question, where do we find different living organisms and their habitat? So children come out with the answer like land, air, water. Then a picture of ocean with ocean animals was been shown and asked them to name them. After naming all these animals, to come directly to the topic of turtle, we said, ask a riddle in the class. I lay eggs on land, but live in water. I carry my home with me, which is unbreakable and harder.
Okay,
Who am I?
1 second. I didn't want the whole lesson plan. I just want you to, like now in your case, your foundational question would be, what did you write? Find the lifespan would be the Shalanta. For her point, can you tell me for her point? Yeah, like you could put forth this question to the children, how do they get their babies, then why do they have their babies in eggs? That is called, ha. Yeah, you have to go, just now you learned about lateral thinking, right? So you see the eggs, see, think, wonder. That's how you combine all what we're teaching you. See, think, wonder. Like, why is the baby born in an egg? Why can't it be born in the turtle stomach? That would be a foundational question. Right? It's not just your textbook matter. Foundational takes you deeper. Right?
For example, we thought of asking the kids if they watched a movie where they have turtles. Some of the answers would have been Finding Nemo is the wise turtle, Kung Fu Panda is the wise turtle, Oogway who invented Kung Fu.
Yeah, but you have to go deeper.
Yeah, exactly. So the symbolism associated with why is a turtle considered wise. So the
Okay.
same
Yeah.
personality characteristics in all the movies
Yes.
with respect to the turtle.
That would be a foundational development, right? Okay. Anyone else with another window? I'll just take one window because now there's no time to take.
Ma'am, this relates to aesthetic and experiential,
Yeah.
like making clay models of turtle and coloring the pattern, different pattern.
In fact, I would further have a fish tank, an aquarium where I put two turtles, get a turtle, let them touch it, feel it, let them see the aesthetic sense of the turtle. What do you feel when you Yes, that would be your aesthetic, right?
When we are working with this, we just have to remember that we don't have to introduce an activity for the sake of introducing an activity. There must be a very, very strong meaning behind the activity which enhances learning. Yes.
Next.
Actually, the idea of making a model is that directly if we touch the turtle, maybe, I don't know, maybe it is, we have a class of 50 in one session. So 50 children touching the turtle, it will be better if I have a model and ask them, it is the same one.
No,
If
you could use few children touching, okay,
Yes,
and
yes,
giving
ma'am.
their views on it. Few children looking and describing it. Few children listening,
Okay.
sensory. So you don't have all the children jumping on that turtle.
Yes,
Some
ma'am.
may
That is
not
the
want.
main idea.
Some may not want to touch it also because they feel that,
They feel,
like
yes,
how
scared.
a lizard. Some have this big fear of lizards.
Yes, ma'am.
So you can have different sensory elements coming in, right? Okay, next, another window. Yes, I want another window. No. Just keep, those who have not answered, just keep one window ready, which is not said.
Ma'am, for the aesthetic, we have also
No,
written.
we've done aesthetic.
Okay. So for logical, what is the difference in the two turtles? Might be the size. Then check the design on the turtle. What pattern is there?
Yes.
Compare it to other turtles.
Yes, very good.
Yeah, and what is the color of the turtle?
Okay.
And what are the colors of the many
Okay.
other turtles?
Now you have given totally quantitative aspects, right?
Yes.
So now you can take that further and make it logic in the true sense of the word. Logic is, why does the turtle move so slowly?
Yes.
Is it because of that heavy thing on his back, or is it because of the way the feet are made, or is it because of the water?
Okay.
Right?
Fine.
So that would be your logical.
Logical.
Okay, then which are the windows left? Quickly, because
And for the social?
no, one other, then we'll come back if you need.
For social, we would divide them into groups and then ask them to find the different types of turtles found all over the world to find out more about them.
That's a group activity. Okay. Research in groups.
Research,
Okay. Next. Have you all answered? Okay. Which window? Logical is done. Actually, quantitative was done. Logical I did. Is there anything left? Experiential is
Experiential.
done. Social is done. All the windows are done. Narrative window. Narrative window. Actually, research in groups would also target narrative, but you can say something else. Narrative. No, why couldn't you make it more interesting and have a story? There are so many stories. Just showing them pictures is like looking at a encyclopedia, you know? So shall we end this? Because I have one more for you all to do, and this is now a different subject and a higher one. Light. Okay, before I go into that, I'll quickly let you all read the narrative. Read here so you all are prepared for the next. See, there are so many things that you could have done in narrative. Right? Then experiential. If you get the turtle tank into your classroom, you can feed them, you can watch them every day. You can see how light affects them. Right? Aesthetic. Do turtles like music? You can play music and see where they, haven't we tried hitting the aquarium and seeing whether the fish moves to your finger? You know? Are they the same type of turtle? How do we know? Why does the turtle have hot lights? What parts of the bodies are made for water, etc., etc.? Right? Last three. In social, you can give them activities like every day at this time you have to feed the turtle. You have to bathe the turtles. Another group bathes the turtles. Right? So they work in a group so that they learn to share. Everybody wants to bathe the turtle, then they learn to share. Of course, we could add olive ridley turtles here. How do we know a turtle is alive? Sometimes we don't even know, they stand so still. They stand so still. You even if you know push it, it doesn't move. Right? Okay, so now we go into light. Light. And I'm putting up the just do one for each, and I'll choose any one for one. No, I'll say foundational. They pick up their. I'm telling them do all one activity. No, and I'll pick up one for anyone. So that they. Light is the last. I brought that poem also. Poem. Thread the rooster. Thread the rooster. Shall we begin? They're not communicating. Online participants, are you all working on the topic of light? Yeah. So I'm going to ask you all to give me one. Okay? Are we done? Okay, shall we listen to one from the online participants? Okay. Snehal, will you unmute? Can I see Snehal? Uh, where is the Neha? I want to unmute one teacher. Snehal. Snehal can't. Can you put them here? I have to get back to this. No, you can use mic wherever you can. No, no, I have to get back to this. Is this screen? You have unmute her first. Snehal, can I hear you? Okay, we don't have Snehal. Ah, here she is. Snehal, can you share what you've done? I'll unmute you. For any one window. Unfortunately, we can't unmute. Okay, let's take it from here. Patak. Anyone? Ah, yes.
Ma'am, can I talk about social?
Yeah, social.
Will ask the children to collaborate and talk about the electricity, the light bulbs that are used in a city that is more, and our village uses less. So to make a model using cell and show the consumption of light, which is more in the city.
Okay, like a
and
collaborative activity.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And to
LSF.
understand that even when we conserve less, it will be more useful for
But
the
beneficial
village.
for
It is
us.
beneficial for the village.
Where would you put this in your techno-poetic learning plan? Where would you put this activity in your techno-poetic stages?
Collaborate.
Collaborate and or act.
I
Act. Okay. The LSF.
Um, for logical window, I don't know it's right or wrong, but I have questions. What is the speed of light and why is it constant? Is light a wave or a particle?
Is what is
Light a wave or a particle?
particle. Okay. The wave or particle is your logical thinking. Your this is your quantitative thinking.
Speed.
Measuring the light is your quantitative thinking.
Yes.
Okay. There's a difference, right? Uh, that yeah, Xavier's
The
idea.
logical, I'll say.
No, something else.
Quantitative, what we have written is how many units of electricity is consumed in your house in a month.
Okay, very nice.
Okay, and what is the cost of per unit electricity
Per
or
unit.
something they'll find
Very,
out.
very nice. Yeah. Next, anybody else?
We,
Which window?
this is we have kept for lower level, primary level. So for logical, experiential, and quantitative altogether, we will ask them to get out of the class, move around, check the number of lights, number of types of lights, so different types of lights.
In the
We'll ask them why there are different types of lights in the auditorium, why different types of lights in the class,
very nice.
why
That is also your foundational window.
then why different types of lights in the washroom.
Yeah, foundational window also. Okay. Uh, that group, yeah. Yeah.
In the aesthetic window, we can ask them, we can show them a video on fireflies. Fireflies. So they will
Okay.
know that they are carrying light with them that glows
Okay.
at night.
Very
And
nice.
then we can tell them to make their own firefly.
Hmm. Even theirs was aesthetic in a way because you go to see the mood lighting, the auditorium light, why there is bright light in the washrooms, etc. Yeah. What is it made of? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Anyone is left? Uh, correct. Yes. Oh, just put the mic. Just talk to on the mic. Doesn't matter. No, I'll just show them.
For aesthetic, what can you see in the picture? What material is the bulb made of? And what is a wire in the bulb called? And for narrative, who invented light? How did a bulb come into existence?
Very nice.
And for logical,
No, but
that's it.
Ma'am, we can go for the social and quantitative window both together. Like we teach them the power of electricity, and after knowing the power, we can ask them to make an audit of their electricity used at home. How many units have been used
I
in the
think
prior month?
they said about
Prior
that.
month and
Xavier said that point. Okay.
audit of electricity so that how many units have been saved and calculative it will be.
Yeah,
So,
Xavier's already said it, so it was a very good idea.
okay,
Okay,
thank you.
so- okay, just yes, how to save energy. Yeah, social because they do it together. Huh? Unify stage, yes. So now here are just some suggestions. The story of the, like Pali said, light bulbs invention, how the speed of light was first measured. We never talked to them about how they learned how to measure light. It's something so abstract. Quantitative measuring the brightness of light. Okay, logical comparing the reflective indices of different materials. Then foundational considering, does electric light improve people's lives? Why is light used as a symbol in so many religions? This would come in which stage of technopoiesis? Religion. Last, unify. Unify. Could life exist without light? Foundational question. The aesthetic, ways different colored lighting affects how audiences respond. You know how you feel with light. In fact, in these North European countries, they have something called the daylight lamp because they don't have so much light, it causes depression. Okay? Experiential, finding a method to bend light, separating, that is through a prism, separating the different wavelengths of light, examining the dilation of the pupil when light is put into it. Social, working collaboratively to design and present a light demonstration, teaching others about light through demonstration and posters. Right? All did well. Good work. Homework for all the ones you didn't do. Online also. Okay, so thank you very much. That ends my session. And we go for lunch. What time do we resume? Kumi, mic.
Hello.
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 Teachers, online and offline, welcome again after lunch. Okay. During these sessions, we are trying to introduce you to as many diverse ways of teaching as possible. You don't have to feel overwhelmed. You don't have to feel that you have to include all of them in one single learning plan. No, that's not the idea. In some, you will do experiential. In some, you will very consciously bring in the VTRs. In some, you will focus primarily on multiple intelligences. This is the idea, that we serve, as it were, a buffet dinner to you. All right? And then from there, you pick and choose based on your unit. You teachers will decide what to use. So it's like, I need to bust open a can. There are different shapes of can openers available to me. So if one does not seem too right, I'm going to try and use the other. Last time when we did our workshop session, during this post-lunch session, when most of us are drowsy, we did a workshop. Today's workshop will not include experiential learning. Today's workshop will include either conscious attention to multiple intelligences with technopoiesis as the basis, or PRs. You are free to consult the sheets that you have for any of the BTRs you might want to use. And for the multiple intelligences, we will put up the whole list on the board. You also know that you have access to all our PPTs. We are not meeting very frequently. We are meeting only 4 times a year, out of which one is a major GTPS, Global Tipping Point Summit. The next time when we meet, we are going to meet on 5th, 6th, and 7th December at St. Xavier's School in a School of Education. You know, the teacher training college, many of you may have gone to that teacher training college. Yeah, you may have studied them. So the GTPS this time is going to happen there. And because you all are members of the GCED consortium, you come in free of cost. Okay, all 3 days. That's our 3rd session with you. The 4th session will be in February, and that completes all the training for the year. Next year, we'll take up other important areas which you can bring into your regular teaching. But what the only point I'm trying to make is that don't feel, oh my God, so much of matter is being given to us. How are we going to cope with it? No. You will decide what you want to include in each learning plan. Okay? Does that make you feel a little more comfortable? Today, you will only focus on multiple intelligences and BTRs, but you will fit it into technopoiesis. Is that clear? All right, online participants as well. Online are there? Online are there? Online participants as well. You will create your learning plans in groups as we did last time. Don't try and keep to the same group of schools that you come from. Mix with the others so that you also learn from them and you share your thinking with them. So today we will do that. It's Planet. We have invited 2 organizations to say how they can help you to take things further. Satsang Foundation will come and talk about how they can help you manage your dry plastic waste if you wish to do that in your school. But importantly, everything has to be brought into academics, nothing separate. There's Kids for Tigers. Preeti Takle, she's been with us all these years, the GGPS. She will come and talk about her sanctuary project. So if something interests you there, you know that you have these people who are ready to help you. Okay? No compulsion. No compulsion whatsoever. Okay? So now we could get into our groups. Choose your topic for technopoetic learning plan. The group creates one technopoetic learning plan, plugging in either multiple intelligences or VTRs, or if you want to be adventurous, both. Is that fine? Right. Okay. So let's do that in the next few minutes.
But just I need this and then you can work on that. Can I just make you smile? I think
Hello? Hello?
Hello, online teachers. We are sending some slides to you on the basis of which you can prepare your technopoetic learning plan. If you wish to see the recording and then present it later, we can do that as well on some other day. But it would be nice because today somehow, even if you make it, we will not be able to discuss your learning plan. So try and make the plan at least today. We'll discuss it. Donna and I will discuss it with you separately on some other day. Thank you.
That's fine. Yeah, they also do it.
Hello. Teachers, can you hear me?
Yes, teacher.
Okay. So today there is a problem with unmuting you participants. Acha, one sec. The problem is solved. Okay, wonderful. So what you now need to do is to use technopoesis, the 5 steps of technopoesis as your basis, and put into it either multiple intelligence activities or the VTRs. Divide yourself into groups, or if you are, I know you are in different places, so there just get together and make one technopoetic learning plan. Don't include experiential learning of what we did last time, only what we did in the morning today. The multiple intelligences and some of the BTRs which you were taught today. The slide for the BTRs is in front of you. So make the plans and tell us when you're ready to share. The VTRs are also shared in the group. Okay, thank you.
Those who want to talk, they can unmute themselves.
Talk.
I have done the setting.
Then even Nitin can talk. Tell him not to do it.
Next slide, I can't see. 1 second, let me just check. It's coming? Yeah? Okay. Yeah. What was the problem?
Additionally, we have to from here. Yes. He cannot. He cannot be then. They cannot unmute.
You have this.
Okay, teacher, let's start. Let's get back to your earlier material. And now, when people are presenting, you are supposed to comment from there. All of you, your presidents are and
You can remove this slide and you can so here, so that they can see and actually pictures.
What do you want now?
That's yeah. That's why we remember they were.
Okay, teachers, so. Okay, teachers, so now we will have the groups coming up and doing their presentation. So which group would like to come first? We do one online, one offline. Online participants, are you ready? Online participants, unmute yourself and tell us, are you ready, or show thumbs up sign? Oh, wonderful. Okay, so be ready to do that. Which group would like to come first? Shalanta has done her own lesson plan because she teaches a board, GCSE board. So Shalanta, would you like to come and do yours? She's done it independently. Yeah. 10 minutes per person max. But now you are going to forget your plans and you're going to help this person become better. Let's work with that spirit. Okay? Thank you. Shalanta is supposed to come.
So I teach the IGCSE program, and I've used a sample Cambridge past paper to create my lesson plan. The past paper includes 2 extracts on food wastage. And they have to write an article on food wastage. Like basically that's the exam paper pattern. So step 1 to relate, I read the articles, I read the extracts, and I pulled out points from there to create the lesson plan. So step 1 to relate, I use the think, feel, care, visible routine, thinking visible routine. Think like a mother who wakes up early to cook food and the family fusses. Think like the children in the family who don't like their tiffin or their meals, etc. So think, feel, care, all of the 3 perspectives. Think, I feel and care like the host of a wedding. You know, you've paid so much money for the wedding preparations and the food is wasted. Think like a local corporator who's worked hard to obtain government grants so that ration can be provided for the underprivileged. But as he passes garbage dumps, he sees a lot of restaurant kitchens dumping food there. Now, I had to include these perspectives because all of these points were mentioned in the extract of the exam paper. Step 2, stimulate. So you're targeting naturalist, experiential, intrapersonal. I've asked students to record for a week. This is stimulate. How many people waste food in their house? What is the food that gets wasted? How much food gets wasted for a week? And any steps taken to reduce the wastage. For example, recycling something or using something as compost or manure or whatever else. This, the kids will have to collect this data for about a week. Step 3, to collaborate. We don't have history and geography in Cambridge. We have a subject called global perspectives. So the collaborative strategy here is that students, and because this also is in the past paper, they need to be researching about the food wastage statistics in India. The past paper has statistics about US. They need to focus on India. Step 4, act. This is something that can be done in groups as well as individually. They need to go to a nearby food outlet, either a restaurant or a food chain, and just figure out in groups maybe what are their steps taken to mitigate, reduce wastage of food. And I'm also going to ask them to submit a small research paper based on this, because that will also help me collect evidence in the form of photographs, especially that the kids have gone to that places. That helps me as evidence as well as that would include the research that they have done about food wastage in India. So it's evidence for both aspects. Step 5, act. Step 5, unify. I just found a template. I shared that with Dr. Kumi. I can put it in the group as well. I found a template for I used to think, now I think. And the sentence starters for this template are really provocative and insightful, especially for the older kids. I will share that in the group for all the older kids. So maybe anything to includes, I think Dr. Kumi suggested that we have include, I used to think, and now I think about global strategies, because that would help it unify, as well as my final eventual task, and that is they writing the article for the exam. So the actual exam paper. So that is my final task, which would include all of this that I just mentioned. Thank you.
I think this is particularly useful because we keep feeling that is Technopoesis and all that we do finally going to help the students answer their board papers. And that is why when Shalanta asked me if she could work independently on a board paper, I immediately said yes. Though normally I would have liked it to be in a group. Now, this is such an important topic, and it can be introduced at the primary level also, because kids today get too much and they are just so fussy about their food. Don't want this, don't want that, don't like it, bin it. How much of wastage is there? So from the primary level, or even perhaps the pre-primary level, like the Japanese, what they do is they have very small plates. You can refill your plate 5 times if you're hungry, but there should be no wastage. My grandparents came from Pakistan during the partition, and they knew what hunger was. And this was something which was taught to me as a very young child. Not that all that is on the plate has to be polished off. Just take as much as you think you are going to finish, but then not a single grain of rice. So the point I'm trying to make is that though Shalanta has done this for the board exams, we can introduce these kind of concepts using these routines and other things at a very early age. So if you have any ideas or any contribution to make, I mean, it's no use telling children, "Arey, you are eating so much, bol bacche log bhukha marte hai," they don't care. But when you weave it in like this into think, feel, everything, it makes a difference.
There's a question from Shilpa. Shilpa.
Okay, what's the question? Shilpa, what's the question? She'll
Actually,
be
ma'am, we
online.
were ready with our lesson plan.
Sorry?
We are ready with our lesson plan.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. So do you have anything to add to what Shalanta has done or any suggestions whatsoever? Even the global statistics of even the global statistics of hunger show us that there is no shortage of food. The problem is with the distribution of food. Right?
Yes, right. Our topic is also related to that, value of food.
Okay, so do you want to do your presentation now?
Yes, ma'am.
Kumi, give me the suggestion. In the act stage, you said they have to go home and go to a restaurant. You can take that further and get a NGO in your area tied up to a restaurant where the meals, extra meals go to the NGO. Huh? That's one step. Okay, so now who we taking, Kumi? Shilpa? Shilpa, will you come online and read your lesson plan?
Yes, ma'am. Grade 4, unit will be value of food. Step 1, relate. Students understand the process of cultivation of food grains, how the food grains are cultivated, and also recognize and name staple food like jawar, bajra, wheat, and rice. And then in narrative, we have taken MI, multiple intelligence. In narrative, we will have what factors contribute to obtain a good yield, like soil, water, climate, all these things which contribute to that. And then step 2, stimulate. They will plant a sapling or maybe a seed and observe its growth. Social will be find out how does the food grain grows and become available for people in the market. So the distribution of food grain for the public. And then logical, the amount of water, fertilizer and sunlight which is required for the crops to grow. Step 3, collaborate. We can collaborate with other subjects as well, like arts, drawing, different parts of crops. Then maths also, language and geography. Step 4, act. That is fundamental window where they narrate how man started growing crops, and even they can find out why are hybrid food grains used. And step 5, unify. How does pollution and global warming is affecting the yield of crops, and what are the ways to prevent it? That's all, ma'am. Thank you.
Shilpa, which school are you from?
We are from Ahmednagar, Auxilium Ahmednagar.
Okay, very, very fine lesson plan. I think it's extremely well done because you brought in a lot of very important things like how do you grow that? How do you obtain the raw material? And then you built from there and brought in the windows of MI very, very cleverly into the plan, I would say. Any suggestions from teachers or from Donna or from anyone else? Anything that she could have included? Please, teachers, actively participate in this discussion. The whole idea of the workshop is to get your feedback and your ideas. This entire thing could also have been done with VTRs.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you are going to do it in a, you could try it out in a different way, entirely different way, as an experiential learning project with maths teachers, science teachers, all of them coming together with what concepts they wish to teach, and then creating a project which is tied to academics based on that. That makes it an experiential project. And this kind of topic is excellent for experiential learning.
Yes,
I mean,
ma'am.
how do you feel when you don't have food even for a few hours? And then again, why is there so much of wastage? So this is something we could try out, try out in different ways. Same topic you could teach experientially 1 year. Next year you could teach with MI. Next year you could teach with VTRs, or you could bring them all in. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, as did Shalanta.
You could have MI, VTR all in one. Each step you could have a
different one
Yeah.
also.
Okay. Art-based, MI, VTR. In each step you could choose what you want. A
Now-
whole lesson plan doesn't have to be only MI, only VTR. Each step can be changed.
For instance, when Shalanta talked about asking them to go out to the nearby restaurants, linking with NGOs, it's taking them outside the four walls of the classroom. So it's spatial learning as well. So we could bring all that in. See, as I keep saying, there is no one correct way. You innovate, it's highly creative. And when you teachers create these kind of learning plans, you will feel that there is absolutely no burnout. Otherwise, year in and year out, we are standing in front of the class, teaching the same subject, same way. It fatigues us. The human mind loves novelty. So you could also feel that excitement of teaching. And once you are excited, your students are going to get it. It's contagious. Excitement is contagious. Okay? So thank you very much, Shilpa. That was a lovely lesson plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, offline, which group would like to go? Come along. Why are the others not coming and standing here, the whole group? Yeah.
Our topic. The topic we selected is food and nutrition, balanced diet. So in the relate stage, we have the teacher will ask the students, what is your favorite food? Is it homemade or junk food? Is it healthy food? Why do you feel it's healthy? Why do you feel it's junk? Okay, here we cover up verbal linguistics. Then we have the stimulate stage, where the children will be asked to keep their tiffin boxes on the table. Then the teacher will ask, what do you think is in your tiffin box? The children will give different answers. And then the teacher will ask them to open their tiffin boxes. And according to the food that they have bought, the teacher will divide it into categories like carbohydrates, proteins. And then she will go on explaining the lesson what are the benefits of eating carbohydrates, proteins, fats. Yeah, there we have see, think, and wonder. And after that, the teacher will explain about healthy food and junk food. So I used to think, and now I think. This comes all in the stimulate stage. Next, we have the collaborate stage, where we divide the children into food groups, and the children will explain the significance of each food group they are representing. Like they will find out more about carbohydrates, more about fats, which foods belong to that, and what are the benefits. Then we could also have a debate here on healthy food and junk food. So here we cover up interpersonal. Also, we could ask them to make a plate showing a balanced diet. So they have all the food constituents on a plate. Then we have step 4, which is ACT, where the students make posters to promote healthy eating, healthy food. Here we cover up spatial. And in the last stage, unify, we would probably show them a video by WHO on starvation world over, and then bring in the concept that wastage should be avoided.
Yeah, just a suggestion where they spoke about the debate between the junk food and the healthy food. You could have the Tug for Truth, the VTR there. They could include it.
I don't know what you want me to.
She forgot to tell that.
Who else?
Yeah, I forgot.
Even I, yeah, but we'll talk last.
Your act stage, you had make posters. I would want you to extend it further. In what way could you utilize those posters?
So they could go around to campaigning in the school to different classes, showing the.
Anyone else here? I was a little confused about your See, Think, Wonder. Why did you tell them put your boxes and we wonder what you've got in your boxes? They already know what is there in their lunch
Some
box.
of them don't know. They don't know their mothers pack their tiffin, so they don't know what is in it. It's a surprise.
Okay. One of the things I would like to do is to bring in some fun because they're little children. So the one group could be the carb group. One group could be the protein group. And role play using different colors. They don't have to be dressed differently. But then you could say that people today don't like me, carbs. But I'm the one that provides energy. So that way, you know, it could be a bit of fun in the classroom as well. Keep it simple. Keep it light. Very nice. Very nice. Next group, online.
Who wants to go online? Unmute. And anyone else? Belaksa, Meena. Somebody is responding.
Okay, next group then offline. We'll wait for the online. Offline, which group would like to come in? Okay, come in. We'll take your names afterwards.
An online group, get ready for the next after this.
Okay, so we have taken the topic shelter. For the first stage, which is relate, we start with asking the learners to imagine. Imagine that they are outdoors and we ask them that it's now started raining, they are feeling cold. Then there's a dog barking, they are getting scared. So we ask them to imagine this, and then we come on to the point that, so can you continue being there? Then why? If not, then what do you need? Shelter. So, and then after they come on to the shelter, then why do you need shelter? And from that there, then we move on, we lead the story more. We add in animal characters, their shelter, and then we come on to the shelter for animals. After that, moving on to the second stage, which is stimulate, we take the VTR, See, Think, Wonder. We show them pictures or video of a weaver bird, then anthill, beehive, dog's kennel or a coop, and then we ask them to see, think, wonder why are they there. And after this is done, they will sort. They will be given pictures of the shelters of animals, the shelters that they build for themselves, and the shelters they will have to sort between the shelters that humans make for animals. So there they are sorting, and there the multiple intelligence, which is logical, mathematical, comes in. Moving on to the third stage, which is collaboration. There, this will be group activity. They will be making models of shelters of animals, different animals. Moving on to the fourth stage, which is ACT. Here, the learners will be asked to keep coconut shells in the branches of trees. So then the birds will eventually, and to observe what is happening. So the birds will then eventually take it as their shelter and start staying there, hopefully. And then they will come in with the point that where we are helping them build their houses. And then after that, discuss that trees are being cut down, so we are doing it for our benefit, but is it good for them? We are taking away their shelter. And yeah. So the last stage, which is unify, they will come the VTR, which is a circle of viewpoint. There it will come where they will be thinking from the point of view of a woodcutter, of the animal, and the human. So their intrapersonal multiple intelligence is taken care of. Yeah, that is how we'll conclude.
In the ACT stage, one thing we had also one suggestion was given here. We can also have a bird feeder. So that is something related to the social.
Also, the fact that when we are cutting down trees, we are taking away their shelters, but in the process, we are damaging ourselves as well. That is extremely important. It's not only the animals who suffer, but in the long run, we also are going to bear the brunt of this kind of thoughtlessness. Right. And yet there is in all urban places, particularly, a space crunch and the need for more housing. So you could take them, which class is this? Oh, grade 2. Okay. Otherwise, if it was a slightly more advanced group, you could take them to talking about housing problems in urban cities.
Yeah, even in that, coconut shells on the tree, you could ask them to identify homeless people and what you could do for them near their house, near their buildings or.
And one of the concepts that you could, if it's not your standard 2, but if it's, say, for instance, class 7 or 8, you could bring in the idea of refugees worldwide. It's a huge problem. The displacement from home, displacements from Syria to Denmark, and then Denmark saying, we're going to close our doors to you. Where do you go? Where do the refugees go? So if there you get into a lot of politics also and policies of different countries. How can, for instance, even a country like Denmark, which is known to be excellent with welfare, allow that many people to come in? They want to help, but do they have the means to help? So that's a huge dilemma. So that again could be the circle. You could use that VTR there, that one person is a policymaker who is anti-immigration. The other is pro-immigration. And the refugee himself trying to defend himself and say, we need shelter just as much as your people do. So you could go to any level that way. But the important thing is that when you are doing technopoiesis, you are expanding their horizons because of the stages that you move through. from relate to stimulate to collaborate, then act and unify are extremely important stages. And that is what makes a difference in their lives. Okay? Thank you very much. Any suggestions for this group?
Any online group ready to present? They're not responding. Any online group? Online, I've even put a message, but nobody's coming.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am, Kumi ma'am, and one and all who are present here. Parts of the body, class 3 to 4 years, so, pre-primary. So the first step is relate. Teacher will begin with showing different pictures of animals, and she will display the image of elephant, of an elephant. Then she will ask few questions to the students. Where do you see this animal? What is the difference in this animal? How many? What are the parts of the animal? How many legs? We human, we have 2 legs, but animals have 4 legs. So they will differentiate between the parts of the body. Second step is stimulate. Teacher will explain parts of the body and tell them to take care of it and what are the uses and the importance of body parts. Yes, we can do questions. Through questions only. Teacher will ask you questions. Yeah.
You should elicit answers from your students.
Yes.
You know, yeah.
Okay.
Also, the first stage, frankly, I'm not contradicting what you're saying, but I will in
Yeah.
It's very
Yes.
Each primary child able to get that.
Yes.
So we can say that what we
Parts of your body. Yes. We use tongue.
So that would be a
Better way to explain. Okay.
this is a very young child.
Okay. So next part is step is collaborate. Teacher will tell the students to pretend to be like an animal because now since we have related with the animal, so they have to see pretend to be and move like they will tell the parts of the body just like they do. How the cat they crawl with the paws. So they will tell the students to act like that. Use because cats they use paws and all, and we use our legs. So we will tell the students to act accordingly.
When you are doing the parts of human body, keep to the human body. See, don't take it negatively,
Yes.
But when you are doing a human body, keep to the human body.
Okay.
Maybe in the last stage, unify. You walk with your legs, with 2 legs, something very simple. But otherwise, the children will not be able to get the main idea of your teaching.
Yes.
Your teaching is on the human body. So keep to the human body.
Okay.
Hmm?
Next
So
step.
you can even bring in fun. What do you do?
We recite poem, rhymes and all.
Huh.
Parts of the body. Clap, clap, clap your hands and tap your feet. This mask.
No, don't bring in animals, I'm saying. Don't bring in animals. It's very confusing for a pre-primary child. If you're talking about parts of the body of a human body, you stick to that. There are hundreds of things, hundreds of nursery rhymes. Huh. In collaborate, there could be one group which is asked to do what are the things you can do with your hands. What are the things, and you show it, and children will want to show it. You know, I can do bowling with my hand, I can do painting with my hand, anything like that. So if you are teaching, especially the pre-primary, these transfers are very difficult for pre-primary children. Okay, so we have to think like them. We have to think like them. So you get them to only talk about the body parts. Or you can even get you can bring in art over there, that I've drawn a body. Is it complete? Oh, I forgot the hands. So all right, the children will say you forgot the hands. All right, so anything, any fun element, bring in a fun element, but keep to the human body when you're teaching body parts.
Next is ACT. Students will go home and spread the message that we should not watch late night movie or mobile because it will affect our eyes. And they will.
That's very, very good. Or instead of kicking a football, when you kick somebody else, you know, is it right? So
Right.
this
And
kind
when
of
we, when we play a loud music,
yes,
that is also bad for
for the
your
ears.
drum.
Very good.
Yeah.
So this kind of thing is okay. This kind of thing is fine.
Next step is unify. Here we will show some videos related to parts of the body, and they will dance and they will act. They will show their parts of the body, and then after they will relate with the surroundings, the vehicles horn of the vehicles, and when they pass through the road and all dustbin, when the garbage stinks, we get a bad odor. So they will try to relate that.
All right. Very nice. That's very nice.
Thank you.
There is a wonderful series for little children, which you might be aware of, called the Times Early Learner Series. In that, there is a wonderful book on teaching body parts to little children, where a little microbe is watching the body parts of a human being from inside. It's an alien which has come into the body. And it's a fun story. So each body part is described with pictures and everything. So try and make it visual, and try and keep it simple for children. Okay? Any suggestions from the group? Yes, 1 minute, don't be in a hurry.
For Unify Stage, can it come like helping disabled people if they don't have any parts of the body?
Very good. Excellent, thank you. So we are so privileged to have our eyes and our feet and our hands that we take life for granted. But there are disabled children, there are disabled adults. So what can we do to reach out with empathy and help them? Excellent, excellent suggestion. Anyone else? Anyone else for this group? I would also say that here you can bring in the idea in a very simple form of body shaming. You know what is body shaming? Suppose a kid does not have any hair. The rest of us are going to laugh at that child. How does that child feel? because the child is not responsible for having lost his hair. Or a very simple thing, fat, thin, you fatso. All right, how does it feel to be told that? So that you can bring in to create empathy and social emotional learning. Yes, teacher.
If they can incorporate good touch and bad touch here. No, right from the KG, like we teach them.
So it can be good touch and bad touch. Which kind of touch is something you need to outright reject, and which is acceptable and from whom? See how wonderful these suggestions are. That is why we talk about sharing our lesson plans. Anyone else? Any other ideas? Even in the body shaming, just miss. Now, if a child has a problem with his or her eyes, you need to be empathetic and caring for the child and not call that child chasmis, moti, patli, any of this, you know. Body shaming is a very, very important issue now. Anyone else? No? Thank you, teachers. Thank you very much.
Okay, one has raised her hand. Yeah. How do you...
It's from Nandgarh. Teacher Maria will be sharing the plan.
Our topic is getting to know plants. Step 1, go outside and observe the plants and find, do you see that the plants are small and some are very big, while some are just patches of green on the soil.
One sec, teacher, can you start all over again and topic and age first, okay?
Our topic is getting to know plants for standard 6. Step 1, go outside and observe the plants and find, do you see that the plants are small and some are very big while some are just patches of green on the soil. Identify plants much smaller than you. Plants are about your size. Plants which are much taller than you. Feel their stem and try to bend them gently to see if they are tender, and also take care of that the stem does not break. Step 2, categories of plant. Name the types of plants. It can be mango, lemon, or tomato, or it can also be shrubs, herbs, and trees. Step 3, collaborate. Students will have a discussion. They will be divided into 3 groups. Each group will have the topics like herbs, trees, and shrubs, and each group have to discuss on the herbs, trees, and shrubs. Step 4, students can be told to grow their own herbs, fruits, or vegetables, promoting self-sufficiency and healthy eating.
At the end, as a fun factor.
At the end, as a fun factor, students will be told to solve a puzzle.
Can you repeat that? Can you repeat step 5?
As a fun factor, students will be told to solve a puzzle which is related to herbs, plants, and shrubs.
I did not get with clarity the multiple intelligences or the VTRs. Yours is a very interesting learning plan, which makes it very real and very true to life. But I was not clear about which multiple intelligence you are trying to bring in at what level. So could you please go through your plan again and repeat the steps and say where you bring in these?
First, sensory. At the first step, sensory.
The first step is sensory. That is,
we make them touch, feel.
Yes. That is That is, children have to feel their stem and try to bend them gently to see if they are tender, and also take care of that the plants do not break.
No, but which multiple intelligence?
Yeah, so she
Bodily
said,
kinesthetic is intelligence. Naturalist is another intelligence.
so
Also, yes.
she's trying to say we put up the windows, so aesthetic window.
Okay, it's the aesthetic window. It's much more than the aesthetic window, isn't it?
Yes.
Experiential.
Yeah, so just give us that kind of understanding, please.
Okay. So first, aesthetic.
So first one is aesthetic, and step two is logical.
Actually, even in your first step, you had it logical. You asked them to, measure themselves against the plant. How big is the plant?
Yes,
And
yes.
so, quantitative and logical was there.
Yes, ma'am.
That is the fifth step, fun factor.
Step 3.
Step three.
Group social, collaborative.
Step
Group discussion you had.
Group discussion is there, yeah, in the third step.
Yeah, so there you could, did you use anything there?
We gave them the discussion on the 3 topic and
Yeah, you divided into 3. You could have
groups,
used
yeah.
the VTR of compass points, no?
Yeah.
NEWS.
Yes, ma'am.
You could have used
But-
that there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They didn't have it in front of them.
No, we've sent
Yes.
it.
Only the names. They didn't have it.
We've sent them photo.
Oh,
Okay. Then next one, the unify. I did not act. What did you do in act?
Students are told to grow their own herbs, fruits, or vegetables.
Yeah, okay. That's fine.
That is
experimental.
And you could also ask them to keep a journal at that stage. What is happening to the plant daily?
Yes.
And
Yes.
one of the things you could add over here is when you see the plant growing, what are your feelings? What
That's
are
what
your
a journaling-
emotions?
journaling.
It can happen in poetry form, it can happen in a simple prose form. But I think connecting your feelings with the feelings of the plant world are important.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the last one is one I could not understand in Unify. Why do you make a puzzle?
We thought fun factor.
Huh?
Ma'am, we thought it is fun factor to bring that topic there. So
That could have been done at the stimulate stage. Unify specifically means the experience of oneness. Oneness with everyone, with your environment, etc. So how could you bring that in? How would you bring that in?
We would ask the students individually, how was your experience? Like, what did you find while growing the plants, vegetables, or fruits?
No, can I suggest that you could do something like a foundational window where you ask them, do plants have feelings?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Why do they respond to certain stimuli? You could even do that activity of how a certain plant is in hot weather, in cold weather. When you drop water on it, you have seen when you touch it, like the mimosa plant, how it automatically recoils. So you can discuss this thing on this, and this gives them that experience of oneness.
Also, that plants actually mirror our feelings. When a plant is spoken to harshly and rudely, it withers. So that is an experiment that they could do too at the unified stage.
Yes.
When you nurture a plant, when you love a plant, when you talk to the plant with love and affection, it thrives.
Yes, ma'am.
So there, that is unify, where you break all the barriers between human, plant, animal, and the other living creatures.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Any suggestions from our group? Offline group, any suggestions? Any suggestions here? Okay. So next offline group. Yolan? Your dupatta is trailing the floor.
So we have the facilitator, Auxilium Convent, Bandra and Lonavala, grade standard 10th, unit topic, refraction of light, sub-unit, laws of refraction, duration 1 hour, learning outcomes. Students will be able to learn about the laws of refraction. Students learn to apply the laws of refraction in day-to-day life. For teaching aids, we have the glass, beaker, pencil, water, glass slab, milk, paper, pins, and a metal vessel. For additional resources, we have a smart board, YouTube, puzzles. Yeah, that's it. And now we start with step 1, that is relate. For that, we use think, puzzle and explore, the VTR. So the teacher demonstrates the activity of laser beam reflected, getting reflected by the mirror on the wall of the class. And then the other teacher asks several questions. So they use the think VTR over there and ask what did they see. The students answer then correctly, and they come to the point. And then they teacher asks them to tell us more about the laws of reflection. He continues by asking, next, what do you mean by the laws of reflection and what is reflection of light? State the laws. Teacher also asks them to list some of the devices working on the
Sorry,
laws of
may I
reflection.
intervene? You are teaching them, so how can the teacher ask?
That's because the laws of reflection was already done in the previous class.
A suggestion at the relate stage before I forget. One of the most fascinating paintings are the paintings of the Impressionist painters in Europe in the late 19th century when photography came into being. All of that is based on reflection and refraction of light. So the Impressionist painters painted the same scene in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, and at night. You could do this kind of art-based teaching that would combine art with science, and you could show them that you tell me, are these different? And most likely, people will say, oh, they're different. They're not different. They are the same. But it is only the play of light which is different. So in that way, you could draw in even children who are interested in the arts, people like me, into your science topic.
Perfect.
Just a suggestion.
It's a wonderful suggestion.
You know, you look at the works of Monet, Manet, Van Gogh, all these painters have just played with light on the canvases. Okay?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Then we come to step 2, that is stimulate. So for that, we use the aesthetic window. We have an activity where teacher calls 2 students to demonstrate the activity. A beaker, water, a pencil is given to them. And on the other hand, we have another activity where you have a beaker with water and a coin is given to them. Then the teachers ask them to observe carefully and make a note. So there we use a narrative window also, where the teacher explains to them after that what happens when they see the top part of the pencil is straight and the one bit below is bent, it's broken. And when you see the coin, you see the coin is raised up. So after the students observe all this, the teacher explains to them what happens to the ray of light when it travels from the rarer medium to the denser medium. Then we come to step 3, that is collaborate. So there we use logical and quantitative. A teacher breaks the students into groups and asks them to perform an experiment using the glass slab. And then using that, the students come to, find out the angle of incidence and the angle of emergence. And that is how they explain the laws of refraction. Then we have step 4. That is, we use the experiential window And we also use a VTR, that is connect, extend, and challenge. Here the teachers show some videos on the laws of refraction and YouTube links. And we also ask the students to get in some more examples and some experiments that talk about the laws of refraction, like one which ma'am has given now. And for
Step 5, from this, we are connecting with the Unify step. It is a social window we are making use of. When we are describing about the refraction of light, we will explain the students that light is interacting with different mediums. But at the end, both are all the part of the same physical law. So we can say that human beings, they have their own different thoughts, cultures, and they are sharing many different informations with each other. So we need to be a part of one and live like a light, how it has its relation with the different material. Second part is the ethical use of technology. We can say that due to the knowledge of laws of refraction of light, we prepared lenses, glass, and different instruments, medical instruments, which has given a big boost in technology and medical field, which has helped to cure many problems for human welfare. So that will also be a point of Unify.
I'm sorry if I'm repeating anything because I got distracted. I have a message. Please come. Please sit.
Shall I repeat?
Yeah, just repeat that last bit of the last section, the B section of Unify.
Last part is ethical use of technology in Unify, that after knowing the knowledge about laws of refraction, many different lenses, glasses, which were invented, helpful for curation of different fault like visual impaired problems, and children were able to realize how technology can be well used for human welfare.
Excellent. Can we go one step further?
Yes, ma'am, sure.
This is not science anymore. This finishes your science part of it. Yeah. But if we go one step further, we can just say, now mull over this sentence. Things are not necessarily what they appear to be. And now apply it to your social media, to your Facebook, where everyone is saying, yo, everything's great and grand in my life, and next week they are divorced. So it is an age of performance rather than truthful being. This is a very, very important lesson for your students, because everywhere you are performing. Before touching a dish, you're first photographing and saying, yeah, this is what I'm eating. Good. You share it with your friends, but all the time we are performing. And just because we appear to be happy or whatever, we are not necessarily that way. And the underworld of social media is absolutely intimidating, daunting, even treacherous. So that important lesson, you could weave it towards the end when you finish your science part of the work. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank
Okay. Right, teacher. So anyone else has, no. Don't go away. Teachers, suggestions, please. It was an extremely well thought out learning plan. Any suggestions? How they could better it? Come on, we are all supporting each other. I think in 1 or 2 sessions, you've all become pros at it, you know.
Just a suggestion to that act stage, you can have the light, make them find out how light has been utilized in hospitals for your scanning and MRIs and all that, which can benefit us more, right?
Yes. Anyone else or any other use of light at the act stage? Anything else? Anything else that you can think of? Yes, please. Give a shout. 1 minute, give it to me.
I don't know if I'm right. But would shadow play help? Light?
Ma'am, but that comes in reflection. This is refraction. We are speaking about refraction.
Yeah. Like in Kumi ma'am's book, most of the schools have it here. There is a whole lesson plan on shadows. Done on shadows. Very lovely plan.
Refraction. Perfect.
And make that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Online? Is anyone coming online? Online teachers have finished? Huh? Yeah, 3:40. Any group? Have we left out any group here? Any group is left out here? No? Wonderful. Clap for yourselves. You've all done an amazing. I'm being serious. I'm not joking. I'm being serious. You've all done an amazing job. You're just introduced to something in the morning, and by afternoon you do it. Great job. Great job. Just continue like that. All right, teachers. So now, are you feeling a little more confident about technopoesis? I think you're doing technopoesis very easily now, because that was something which was done in the first GCED. Are you honestly practicing technopoesis in your teaching, daily teaching? We'd love to know how it's working for you. And if it's not working, even that is fine. If you tell us, then we'll put our minds to it and we will come up with some solutions.
I found most of the challenges you all faced were time management.
Time, yeah.
But,
Absolutely.
But technopoesis is not adding, it's replacing what you were earlier doing.
And basically what happens is that initially, technopoesis seems daunting. It's an entirely new way of thinking. But then when you do it in groups, when you share it, it becomes so much fun for both you as well as students. So are we now, before we start with the other sessions, are we now completely comfortable with technopoesis, experiential learning, multiple intelligences, and BTRs, what we've done here? Okay, there are books on BTRs. I can recommend them to you. We can put the names also on this, and I have explained all of this in my book as well, which all of you have, all the schools have. Okay, any questions, any doubts, any worries? Was any part of the workshop boring? Honestly, we could change it next time. Was it too much? Was it too much? No? Okay. So now we will have a quick tea break. And after the tea break, Learning Space Foundation, I told you the rural youth make these amazing products, teaching aids. So we will have Mr. Nitin Orion from
online.
He'll come online, and the people from RSS, the teachers from RSS will demo this to us, after which it will be Satsang Foundation telling us about how to prevent plastics from reaching the ocean. And finally, Preeti Takle from Sanctuary Foundation with 2 cycles. Okay? Teachers, if you have any doubts, any worries, note them down and please attend the online session. That's where we will clarify them. Huh? Thank you. So enjoy your tea. They finished. Tomorrow is also
Hello.
Hello.
I guess. Okay. Is everyone here?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's the other mic? Switch it on. Okay, first, learning space. What's the sound? This is the sound. Yeah, hold this. See, hold this. तो आप ये मेरा है ना?
ये ऑडियो में जाएगी इसे दिखा
हाँ?
सर ऑडियो में जाएगी
Okay, teachers, your attention for a moment. Please understand that 3 of you have been chosen per school as representatives. Please go back and acquaint your other teachers with it. Only because we can't have a very large crowd. We have requested each school to send in only 3 people. But please ensure that all that you do reaches the rest of your teachers as well. Okay? Thank you.
So we'll begin with Learning Space Foundation. We'll be showing you a video, after which Mr. Nitin Orion will come. You on offline will not be able to see him. You all can listen to him. And online participants will be able to see him. Right? Okay.
We are almost 25 years into this 21st century, where India is already the world's 5th highest economy. But at the grassroots, we are still struggling with essential learning issues, mainly with foundational literacy and numeracy, which has taken a serious hit after the 2 years COVID school shutdown. At the Learning Space Foundation, we made the leap of combining sustainability with dynamic primary learning, venturing into a project named Anand for transforming waste wood planks and bamboo into very effective, colorful, handmade learning tools for strengthening foundational literacy and numeracy skills in rural learners, breaking away from the conventional chalk and talk, rote learning, and memorizing. Rural children can learn so much more with a joyful way of hands-on experiential learning, imbibing a strong foundational base of literacy and numeracy. By providing such a dynamic methodology and eco-friendly materials at early and primary levels, children are rooted to the inner joy in everything they do and choose to be lifelong learners. Urban schools and their learners are a great match to join in this mission, as this path is replete with learning outcomes, nurturing mental and emotional growth, sensitization to varied environments, and much more. In the process of their schooling, urban learners can be led to understand and build healthy social commitments. Firstly, learning to create and construct from waste and imbibe the practice of sustainability. Secondly, learn leadership skills by leading a crowdfunding campaign to support distribution of dynamic learning tools and their practices. And thirdly, visit rural schools and assess the outcomes of primary learning from this dynamic methodology and materials. And these service opportunities are priceless in building character, careers, and wholesome individuals. Come, join hands with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Is it good for me to start?
Yes, you can start.
Yeah. So, hello everyone. I'm Nitin Orion, and I'm so pleased to be given the opportunity to speak here. So, Learning Space Foundation, LSF as it's known mostly, we're a grassroots NGO. We established in 2006 and have been working over many years to better literacy and numeracy skills at the early and primary levels of rural public schools, most often called as Zilla Parishad schools. Our exposure to the GTPS and Dr. Kumi's novel method of technopoesis and our implementation of it in rural public schools in the last few years gave us the strength and the impetus to make the leap and venture into creating dynamic learning tools, predominantly to turn early and primary education more joyful, more hands-on and experiential, and integrate foundational learning with environment-friendly behavior. This year particularly, our work has extended to solidifying complete sets of colorful handmade learning tools for language learning, math learning, for bettering other age-appropriate skills. And these learning tools are recycled from waste material, such as pine wood planks, which you may have seen. They come from and they're wasted. They're lying around. We use old bamboo and other natural materials. As we took these learning tools around, we got a lot of appreciation from urban schools, and the way they are being used in schools to impart a sturdy base of foundational education. And with much pleasure, I must say that the school where you are all gathered today, the Patak Institute, are the first ones to inculcate these learning tools in their pre-primary section, thanks to the chairman, Mr. Adil Patak. And their teachers are already sharing with us some excellent learning outcomes in just over a month of their use. Let me quickly run you through the eco-friendly learning tool sets that you can access in this range. There's a complete and comprehensive English game box that has colorful hand-painted pine wood cutouts of the uppercase of English alphabet, the lowercase, vowels, extra letters for introducing, the English alphabet and building, word building and so on. And we've also added a set of hand-painted illustrations into it so that, a child can see a hand-painted illustration and make words from it. Yeah, I can see, that the camera is on that English game box, but Sudarshan, can you just help, show something particular, like, you can pick up a cutout of the uppercase, lowercase, just so that everyone can see, people who are online. And as you can see, there's the illustration of the top, and the child can actually, you can imagine how so much, how much fun it is for children to actually have that, the opportunity to hold each letter, and it's all made of wood. To actually pick up each letter, feel the letter, there's so much more feeling in it than just putting it on a blackboard or giving them other forms of plastic and, synthetic materials to learn. There's also actually the facility of a whole tracing, which you can do with sand or, some other form of, we've used there the rangoli, the powder which we make with for rangoli. and you can actually, early learners can trace letters or see how each letter makes a shape, in that particular thing, in that particular sand, or so there's a separate section there, and there's so many other features that we've actually been able to include in that game box. So let's come to the. We have similarly made, a whole set of Marathi letters. Marathi as being the regional language of, where we are in Maharashtra, and then there is a whole, the beautiful font of Marathi that has, all these lovely patterns as Sudarshan is showing you on the screen, and then you can, they've been so well crafted that they can all stand in one line on a clock piece that has lines marked out, and so children can learn, to identify each of the regional letter and make different words with it, and especially, as I looked through the internet, I saw that a lot of educators across the world talk about how patterns, especially in our Indian languages, they're so intricately designed, and for the child to understand the pattern, by holding and running his or her little finger around it, that gives them so much more learning as an experience rather than just, cerebral learning. These Marathi letters, we can just extend a few more extra letters, and then they can be used for Hindi also. Between Hindi and Marathi, there's a little, a small difference in terms of an added number of letters. So they're basically from the Devanagari script. Then we have a beautiful, very effective math learning system in this range, a math game box, as you can see on the screen. And here, it's not just about getting to know the numbers, but also, making 2-digit, 3-digit numbers, learning the use of zero in the math language, all for early learners, making 100, making 102, and to, just as in the English language, use the vowel in between two consonants. The child gets to understand that a zero coming in between two other numbers gives, a 3-figure number, and all of that, and then go ahead into, as you can see on the screen, you can make addition, subtraction by actually using the other, small materials that have been given to count. So the child can actually, experience what it is to count 4 plus 3, not cerebrally, but actually to experience, what number 4 means, what number 3 means. At a very early age, all of this is integrated into a wholesome experiential learning for the child. And then, as in our own experience, as we work with children in varied environments, we can see that children are, so grounded, so grounded in their foundational learning once they're able to learn any subject in this manner. And thanks to Kumi, she has actually sort of, been the guide, been the force behind all of our creative venture here. And I'm so happy to come this far. Then we have actually many other things, like a color cup activity, where the early learners, learn colors and counting. And then what Sudarshan is showing on the screen is the beautiful set of like a cube game box, where, okay, so the cube game box, Sudarshan, can you lift up a cube? As you can see, the cube has 6 sides. And so every side has a different something, some learning content that has been painted on it, hand painted on it. And so at a very early age, when the children just come to a pre-primary school, there's so much tactical engagement here, where the child can turn around, use, develop fine motor skills, turn around all the cubes and understand, how he or she can get, all the colors on top or all the alphabet on top. And it's such a beautiful way, experiential way for the child to engage and familiarize with so much learning content without having any pressure at all, no pressure, but so much fun in getting to familiarize with all this content. So, there are so many more things. We made a clock game box so that the children can actually experience and hold a clock and move the hands, a wooden clock, and actually then learn how, each time frame that you see on the clock actually is nothing but a game of numbers where there is the hour hand and the minute hand and the AM and the PM and all of that, 24 hours learning can all happen in so much with so much experience rather than any form of pressure to be able to mug up or any form of rote learning is no longer required at the early and primary stage. So uh, and as you can see, okay, there he's showing you that cup game activity. It's actually an activity where you have colored pebbles, and there are 9 different colored pebbles there, and 9 different colored cups. And at the very early level, when the child comes into school, it's such a great fun for the child to actually pick up, every color and to put it in its respective color box, color cup, and then to be able to count as so there's counting happening, there's color identification happening, there's a color vocabulary happening there. And in our own experience, children love all of this, and they don't even feel that there is any difference between play or game or activity or learning. It all seems to have come together, integrated into one form of mechanism where fun, play, learning, activity is all brought together and in a wholesome manner. And as you can see, all of these are made with sturdy wood and all that. So it's a one-time investment for schools. One set of such things bought should be able to last and last and last in your school. And, also I'd like to add that any school that would come forward and participate in integrating these learning tools in their schools would in an indirect way help the rural community, because we're really trying to bring in village women, artists, artisans, people who've lost their jobs in the COVID time, and how we are actually making an effort to bring them back into an activity which they enjoy doing, because there's so much joy in making these all these learning tools. And at the same time, you and your schools would have the privilege to support a rural community as so many of them would find livelihood, and be empowered. I would just like to add one more opportunity that you actually saw in the video. Um, there's an opportunity for all the schools participating here in the GCED consortium, because all your older students, 8th grade or 9th grade onwards, as it is programmed in your school, they can all be hosted to come and participate into a rural outreach program where they can actually come and do beautiful things, and in our own experience, and as you saw in the video, many of these urban learners, because we've been doing this for many years now, and many of them have either, based on their rural community work, have found admission to a university in the US or somewhere else in the West just on the basis of their community work, although they did not have the grades to get in, because there's so much appreciation for community work across the world. And that's one benefit they have. But at the same time, I've also seen students coming over the years and benefiting in terms of how they grow, how they grow in a wholesome way when they connect with village children. Because sadly, many of our children in the cities do not know what kind of an environment exists on the just 60, 70 kilometers away. Then they have no clue what kind of environment, what kind of people live in the rural areas, and so it's so much of a sensitization for them. So You can get our contact details from Donna, and we'll be happy to arrange and come and either make you a presentation at your school with all these learning tools, and at the same time we can also meet and talk about how your senior urban learners from high school can come and participate in either the CAS activity, if you call it the CAS, or you call it something else. It's a great idea to bring them and have them spend a day or two in the rural areas. So thank you, Dr. Kumi and Donna, for organizing this seminar and for giving also our learning space teachers a chance to be part of all of this. And they've come so far with all of this learning. And thank you for giving us an opportunity also to showcase, the our learning space, creativity, action, and service. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nitin. We've been working together since 2020. We find that our views on education are very, very similar. Through Nitin, we have reached out to numerous villages in Maharashtra, and Nitin is taking our work forward, and we are supporting Nitin in our own small way. So thank you, Nitin. Good luck, and we'll meet again.
Thank you
And
so
of
much.
course, we've already started passing on details of your contact to several people who are sitting in the audience here today. Thank you,
so
Nitin.
much, Dr. Kumi. Very, very, very sincerely appreciate your support.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. And with that, I invite the members of the Satsang family, the Satsang Foundation. You heard Mr. Danesh, who spoke about the activities of the foundation last time. And here we are to learn from our friends how, if we intend to weave in this project of managing plastic waste, how it can be done in schools. So over to you, ladies. Richard.
I'll stand there. Just put it in. I'll just put it in there. One of us can stand here, one will stand here. It's okay. Doesn't matter. I'll give it up. No. We'll manage with one. Got it. Got it. We'll talk together. Yeah. Hello, everyone. So you have already been introduced to this by the Satsang Foundation, as Dr. Kumi said last time, and a few initiatives of the Satsang Foundation which are pertaining to the environment. Three projects that we mainly run. First is My Tree project, where we have trees, and that is also again at the level of the child that we have introduced. There is one which is with the water bodies, and that is Jal Seva, and the third is My Bhumi. Where do we have all the students? My Bhumi. That we'll just put it on the presentation. I'm just introducing it to you all. Now, at every level, we also know if we want to bring a change, it starts with the children, and you all are here for that. But for us, the main instruments are always going to be the teachers, because you are going to influence the child. And so this particular project that we are going to deal with this consortium or with Dr. Kumi, for which she has got us over here, is the My Bhumi, wherein we are again collaborating with a number of organizations where we are going to work for the oceans and wherein the plastic comes in. The details of this, Radhika will be sharing with you how we are going to, or how we hope to engage you all, and through which other organizations. Main thing we wanted to talk about in the projects that we have outlined in My Bhumi is also to do with the oceans and the saving, because all the effects of plastic that we see, the end is in the ocean, and how it is affecting us. Mainly sensitizing the children to the change that it is producing, and because of that, how it's going to affect the whole of Mother Earth. All of it, how it is connected, and when the child engages in the activity, how he feels the connectedness with the earth, and also sensitize him to environment. We'll just tell you. So we're talking about my tree that we said, where we talk about planting of the trees. Jal Satsang Jal Seva Sangathan is to do with water bodies. So here, in which we have our volunteers going into villages and reviving water bodies. There also, again, there's plantation and all this is interrelated. And the main thing is My Bhumi. Again, it is a multidimensional. A little bit of that in detail, Radhika will just talk about it. So we know how we want your engagement. Basically, we want the teachers to engage, because we are looking at all. plastic today. So she couldn't come here, Shweta. And they are as a part of the Godavari mission, where we are planning to clean up the whole of Godavari for the 2027. So they started from right from where Brahmagiri plantation, there is cleaning of the as with our Godavari mission, we have 2-3 other organizations also there who are there with us, who are helping us. One of the bloggers from Nasik who are working. We also have the other people who are working on water specifically. But as we all know, nothing goes is not in isolation. It's all connected. So then we have the 3 people coming, and we also have the water people coming. How we want to connect through My Bhumi in detail, I'll have Radhika talk to you. How we have engaged schools. Thank you, Bhumi, for this opportunity, so that we can get at least some few good schools who are already sensitive towards the environment. It's some easier for approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Seema. You spoke loud and clear without the mic, by the way. Okay, so we are here essentially to talk about My Bhumi, which is an initiative of the Satsang Foundation. And we'd like to explain to you how we'd like to reach out to the schools and students and both teachers in order to help the current situation, right? So now My Bhumi is focused on reducing plastic waste, right? And looking at the harm that it has done to the environment. Yeah. Now, before I talk about the initiative specifically, let me just go and quickly take an overview of what the current situation is, right? Now, the picture on the right is that of Versova Beach, which is considered actually one of the most polluted beaches in the world. Of course, there's a lot of cleanup drive that's happened over the years. The situation is much better now, but a lot more needs to be done, right? Now, the fundamental question that we are trying to address is not about cleaning the beach, but about why the plastic has landed there in the first place, yes? So that is the area that we want to work on and partner with schools for. As many of us know that the ocean gives us 70% of our oxygen, and it's also 70% of the landmass of the earth, right? But because there are literally islands of plastic that are floating around in our oceans, it is having a terrible effect on our ecology, on marine life, and of course on us as well as a result. Okay. A few things about plastic. Now, very realistically looking, there isn't 100% no plastic zone that we can live in, right? Because plastic is really a part of our lives, whether we look at healthcare, transport, our Amazon deliveries, to every aspect of home. But what we are looking at in My Bhumi and specifically this students initiative is the one-time use plastics, right? So now it's estimated that 50% of the total plastic waste of the world is from one-time use plastics. And it's very intuitive. When we walk down on the road, we typically see 90% of the waste that we see strewn around are the plastic packets, the chip packets, and largely one-time use plastic. So that is the area that we want to address. And like I said earlier, not how to clean it up, but how to prevent it from reaching our oceans, reaching our forests. Yes, and in fact, it's very disheartening that it even reaches the stomach of animals, the cows, the goats that are eating them instead of eating grass, right? So this is where we want to partner with the schools. Now, why My Bhumi for students? As teachers, I'm sure we all completely agree that the things we learn in childhood is what stays with us, right? And the role of teachers in providing that learning and having that impact is immense. So we essentially want to be partnering with teachers and schools to really build it into the DNA of each child to be environmentally conscious. Yeah. So if I look at it, there are 3 sort of layers to it in terms of understanding. First is the self-awareness. For each of us, not just the children, it's very easy to point a finger at somebody else and say that, oh, you're wasting too much, right? But to really do a self-check and understand what is my contribution to this plastic waste, that is something that we plan to initiate through this program, right? And after that, also understanding the impact, okay? So their personal role, they have understood what is the plastic that I am bringing out. Now, what is the impact in a larger term? What is happening to Mother Earth as a result of this plastic? That is the level 2. And third and most important is to get them to act, right? To get their hands dirty, pick up their own plastic and make sure that it is reused, recycled, reused, and reduced. You know, simple things like not carrying plastic bottles, using reusable bottles, reducing their shopping bags, switching to more sustainable alternatives. All of that is something that we want to really have the children to incorporate. Okay, so in a nutshell, I would say that we want them to connect with their head, to understand with their intellect, with their heads, right? To connect with their hearts, with Mother Nature, and understand that we don't live in silos, we're all interconnected, right? And finally, to work with their hands, to get down and clean. Okay, so if you were to sign up with us or work with us to have this program of the student outreach of My Bhumi in your school, how it will work is, first, we will do a few train the trainer trainings, right, to get the teachers on board and really get them to understand what the whole concept is. And then with the help of the teachers, we roll it out. That's where I think Technopoise would, help us as well to roll it out to the students, not as a one-time activity, but as an ongoing effort on their part, right? So once we conduct the trainings, then we start the actual execution, because all the gyan in the world will be useless if it doesn't materialize into action. So what we will be doing is we will organize, we will tell the children to collect their own garbage, one-time use plastics only, whatever they can in a month, maybe a couple of weeks, month, 2 months, that's something we can decide. And then we tie up with a recycling agency and we send the truck to the school at that particular date every month, where the children bring their little plastic bags and send it for recycling. Okay. Now, 2 things that happen with this. One is they understand their own consumption, right? Their personal responsibility. And second, most importantly, they understand the collective responsibility, right? How is it that they are contributing to this change? Okay. So those are 2 things that they would be doing. And then, of course, there will be support from the Satsang Foundation and the NGOs that we would be working with to facilitate this whole process. Right now, Seema ji had mentioned that we currently having trainings for over 1,500 students over the last 3 days, and I believe the response has been beautiful, because as Nitin ji had mentioned, actually, that most children live in this little bubble where they don't know outside 10 kilometers of their radius what is happening. So what this training program will do is essentially burst that bubble a little bit, give them some hard-hitting facts on what is the state right now, what's happening in the planet. Secondly, it'll give them a little understanding of the ecology, little bit of science there, right? So they can be more responsible and they can act with more understanding. And then, of course, there will be the action items that they need to take ahead. Yeah, so this is what we're largely looking at. And I think from the Satsang Foundation, we really do believe and pray that if this program is executed well, it's not only about reducing one-time plastics, right? It is about changing the way that our children think. And given they're going to be the future leaders, they're going to be the future CEOs, policy makers, we can just imagine the ripple effect that is going to have on every decision that they take in the future. So that is the intention that we are starting this small ripple with. So that's it from our side. Happy to answer any questions. And our contact is also listed here for My Bhumi. So if you all are interested in tying up, partnering with for this particular initiative, please take down our contact, and you can also leave your contact with us. And we'd be happy to connect.
I think the last thing she said was most relevant. The whole intention of Technopoises is to bring about a change in consciousness, in mindset. As she said, today it's plastic, tomorrow it's going to be something else. How we need a certain change in mindset. And that is why we have collaborated with Satsang and with Sanctuary, because they think like us. So if you feel that your school is likely to be interested in this project, then please connect with Satsang Foundation directly, and they will be available to help you and to guide you. Any questions that you have for Richa or Radhika? Any questions? It can be something very, very simple, like every 10 days, you just bring your dry plastics in a plastic bag to school. And then a truck comes and picks it up from there and takes it away. Now, when the children are doing this themselves, they become conscious that this is the amount of waste that we've generated in 10 days. And then the statistics that she gave us, that how quickly we throw away our disposable nappies for our babies. 500 years it's going to take for it to degrade. So again, this kind of awareness, I think, is extremely important for our children.
And honestly, we did attend a training. TSF volunteers attended a 4-week training, right?
With Bodhankar.
With Bodhankar ji
Yeah.
on this whole understanding, just to get our heads around the problem, right? And my daughter, she's 9. She was simply used to sit next to me during the program because she found it interesting. And the impact that it's had on that 9-year-old's brain is just brilliant. You know, now every time she uses the plastic bag, she asks me, Amma, is this one-time use? Can we reuse it? Okay, then maybe I'll take from home. I'll take a theli from home. You know, that sort of consciousness, I feel like is going to stay with her for life. And that's what we want each and every child to have.
And just remember one thing, it's the advertisers catch them young, don't they? All the advertising happens and it's targeted mainly at children. So can't we teach them the right things also?
Absolutely.
Even we need to catch them young.
Your responsibility. Is there any government legislation or anything surrounding the Ganesh Chaturthi festival that's coming up? You mentioned about the beaches, so I'm already thinking on those lines about So
And what materials the Ganesha...
strict legislations now. Okay.
Right.
She got the whole thing rolling actually. Because then you have the locals there, the ones who live over there, plus the volunteers who are going to educate them. So they also become alert that, there's somebody who's really dirtying that place, because in the place that was like how we couldn't believe the kind of dirt that was there when we were coming up, or when we go for cleaning drives. So after this Ganesh Chaturthi festival, as an activity, we have gone to the beaches, and we've gone in the morning and collected for ourselves, just to see how it is and what it feels. And it's really a very sad sight. All those activities for that, getting all the children to do and all is going to be difficult. So at least let them start from their homes. Forget getting them.
I just wanted to know whether there's more awareness of the material used to make the ideals, because I thought,
No, that is already there.
That's something that's already
that
in place. And
yeah. In fact, many people have started doing the Visarjan at home itself.
Yes. Some of the students in school mentioned that to me.
Yeah. But this is how we've, when the children, when we are going to do the training itself, we are going to teach them first the effect, then let them get moved, then the action comes from there. So for that, we are going to be collaborating with a few other organizations who are working a lot. And I'm an auxilian, so I feel even more connected to this particular. I'm an ex-auxilian, so I'm from Auxilium Badala, and our training since then we've been active in social service, in whatever form. So my school has made that much of a difference today. I hope to contribute to society. It started from there. And it only made me feel good. That's why I'm here. Not because I like doing something. But so if we can get that in the children, right, you are contributing in whatever little way to the environment. I think it goes a long way. It becomes a habit. So whoever wants to do or thinks they can just connect. We've given the number.
If you want to give in your contact details.
Can we start? So now we have the Satsang Foundation also, the Sanctuary Foundation, which is also willing to support us. these are foundations which are willing to give us free training. If your school is interested in it, please go ahead and contact them. Preeti has been with us since 2020, since we began our GTPS, and she is also an educator. She heads the Lodha School for training teachers, and she is huge. Kids with, no, she's not huge. Her impact is huge. She has worked on Kids for Tigers, and she's done some amazing work. So Preeti, very, very happy to see you, and over to you. And please introduce yourself in greater detail.
Okay. So good evening and happy to be here. So as Kumi said, my name is Preeti Takle. I have been a teacher all my life, and my connection with Sanctuary began as a teacher where I was the point teacher for the Kids for Tigers program. And a lot of the children from our school uh, became quite involved with the entire program and are even currently, as they have gone into different fields, as they've grown up and flown the nest, so to speak, they are still carrying on the values that we instilled at that point in time. So I'm very fortunate to be involved with Sanctuary since then. After leaving school, I joined the Lodha World Schools, and I do teacher training for them for all the Lodha World Schools, as well as I look after their quality and the standardization of curriculum for all the Lodha World Schools in Mumbai, in Thane and Palava area. So that is who I am. And yeah, so if we could have the presentation, I can start. In the meantime, I'm also an avid outdoor person. So I do a lot of gardening, I do a lot of trekking, I do a lot of forest visits. So everything, yeah. So yes, so I'm happier when I'm outside. I'm happier when I'm with animals. I'm not so happy in crowded places, so I seek my vacations or holidays in places which are remote and away from the tourist route, so to speak. So while they're loading up the presentation, Kids for Tigers is a school outreach program that began in the year 2000, and it is running to date. Even now, we have our Kids for Tigers program going very strong. And since the year 2000 until today, we've reached over 1 million children across India with this message of conservation and why and how wildlife is connected with us and how we cannot survive without the forests and the rivers and the entire biodiversity that is present in our world. So the basic message is of conservation, is of looking after the forests, is of looking after biodiversity, and mostly creating in